第一回，灵根玉运源流出，心性修持大道生。西游记原著，感盘古开辟，三皇治世，五帝定伦，世界之间遂分为四大部洲。
In the first chapter, the source of spiritual roots and fertility flows out, and the mind and nature are cultivated, and the great path is born. The original work of Journey to the West. Since the founding of Pangu, the 3 emperors ruled the world, and the 5 emperors have established their relationships. The world was divided into 4 major continents.
曰东胜神州，曰西牛贺州，曰南赡部洲，曰北俱泸州。这部书单表东胜神州。海外有一国土，名曰傲来国，国近大海，海中有一座山。
It is called Dongxing Shenzhou, it is called Zinihizu, it is called Nanbuzu, and it is called Baijiluzu. This book list represents Dongxing Shenzhou. There is a country overseas called Aolai Country. The country is near the sea, and there is a mountain in the sea.
唤为花果山，此山乃10洲之祖脉，3岛之来龙，自开清浊而立，鸿蒙盼后而成。真个好山！有慈父为证。父曰：是镇汪洋，威宁遥海。
It is called Huagua Mountain. This mountain is the ancestral vein of the 10 continents. The dragon from the 3 islands opened up the clear and turbid mountains, and was formed after the Hongmeng judged it. What a nice mountain! There are words and poems to prove it. Fu said, the power controls the ocean and Weining Yao Hai.
是镇汪洋，潮涌银山鱼入穴，威宁遥海，波翻雪浪甚，甚离渊。木火方于高基上，东海之处耸重巅。丹崖怪石，削壁奇峰。
The vast ocean in Shenzhen surges with silver mountain fish into its caves. The waves of Weining Yao Hai turn over the snow and mirages leave the abyss. The wooden fire is high in the corner, and it towers high in the East China Sea. There are strange rocks on the red cliffs and strange peaks cut off the walls.
丹崖上彩凤双鸣，削壁前麒麟独卧。峰头石听锦鸡鸣，石窟美观龙出入。林中有寿鹿仙狐，树上有灵禽玄鹤。瑶草奇花不现。
On the cliff, there are 2 colorful phoenixes singing. Before the wall is cut, a unicorn lies alone. At the top of the peak, you can listen to the crow of the golden pheasant, and watch the dragons coming and going in the grotto. There are longevity deer and fairy foxes in the forest, and there are spiritual birds and black cranes in the trees. The wonderful flowers of Yao Chao never fade.
青松翠柏长春仙桃常结果，修竹美流云。 一条剑鹤藤萝密，四面圆堤草色新。正是百川汇处擎天柱，万劫无疑大地根。那座山。
Green pines and green cypresses, evergreen peaches always bear fruit, and bamboo leaves clouds every time they are repaired. A ravine is covered with dense vines, and the grass on all sides is new. It is the place where all the rivers meet, the Optimus Prime, the root of the earth that will never be moved by any calamity. That mountain.
正当顶上有一块仙石，其实有3丈6尺5寸高，有2丈4尺为圆。3丈6尺5寸高，按周天365度，2丈4尺为圆。
There is a fairy stone on the top. The stone is 3 feet, 6 feet and 5 inches high and has a circumference of 2 feet and 4 feet. 3 feet, 6 feet and 5 inches high, according to the circumference of 365 degrees, 2 feet and 4 feet around the circle.
按正历24气上有9窍8孔，按9宫8卦，四面更无树木遮阴，左右倒有芝兰相衬。盖自开辟以来，每受天真地秀，日精月华。
According to the political calendar, there are 9 orifices and 8 holes on the 24 chi, and according to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. There are no trees on all sides to provide shade, but there are orchids on the left and right. Since the opening of Gai, every day has been graceful and beautiful, and every day has been beautiful.
感之祭酒，遂有灵通之意。内遇先包，一日迸裂，产一蛋卵，似圆球样大。因见风，化作一个石猴，五官具备，四肢皆全。
After feeling it for a long time, it has the meaning of being enlightened. There are immortal cells inside, which burst open one day and produce a stone egg, which is as big as a ball. Seeing the wind, it transformed into a stone monkey with all 5 senses and 4 limbs.
便就学爬雪走拜了四方，目运2道金光，射冲斗府。惊动高天上圣大慈仁者，玉皇大天尊玄穹高上帝，驾作金阙云宫凌霄宝殿。
Then he learned to crawl, walk, and worship everywhere. 2 rays of golden light shot into Dome Mansion. Alarmed by the great sage and benevolent Jade Emperor in the sky, the high god of the mysterious sky is sitting in the Lingxiao Palace of the Golden Tower and Cloud Palace.
聚集仙卿，见有金光艳艳，即命千里眼，顺风耳开南天门观看。二将果奉旨出门外，看得真，听得明。须臾回报道。
When the gathered immortals saw the golden flames, they ordered their clairvoyants and ears to open the Nantian Gate to watch. The second general went out according to the order. He could see the truth and listen clearly. Report back in a moment.
陈凤只观听金光之处，乃东胜神州海东傲来小国之界，有一座花果山，山上有一仙石，石产一卵，见风化一旦猴，在那里拜四方。
The place where I was ordered to watch and listen to the golden light is on the border of the small country Aolai in the east of Haidong Shenzhou, Dongxing Shenzhou. There is a mountain of flowers and fruits. On the mountain is an immortal stone. An egg is laid on the stone. A stone monkey sees the weather. There he worships the four directions.
「眼运金光射冲斗府，如今浮而水时，金光降前夕矣。玉帝垂赐恩赐曰：下方之物，乃天地精华所生，不足为意。那猴在山中。
The golden light shot into Dou Mansion. Now take food, water, and food, and the golden light will subside. The Jade Emperor showed his kindness and said, the things below are born from the essence of heaven and earth, so there is no difference. The monkey is in the mountain.
"却会行走，跳跃食草木，饮涧泉，采山花，觅树果，与狼虫为伴，虎豹为群，张鹿为友，麋猿为亲，夜宿石崖之下，朝游风洞之中。"
But he can walk and jump to eat grass and trees, drink from springs, collect mountain flowers, and forage for tree fruits, keep company with wolves and worms, be a group of tigers and leopards, be friends with deer, and be relatives with macaques, sleep under the stone cliffs at night, and visit peak caves. Among
真是山中无甲子，寒尽不知年。一朝天气炎热，与群猴避暑，都在松阴之下玩耍。你看他一个个跳树攀枝，采花蜜果，抛担子。
It is true that there are no jiazi in the mountains, and the year is unknown even if it is cold. When the weather is hot, I and the monkeys will play under the shade of the pine trees to escape the summer heat. Look at each of them, jumping trees and climbing branches, picking flowers and looking for fruits, tossing marbles.
"瓦摩以磨光的碎瓦片或小石子为玩具的儿童游戏，有些地方称为抓子儿。瓦、泡沙窝、气宝塔、赶蜻蜓。
Momoer is a children's game that uses polished broken tiles or pebbles as toys. Some places are called joisier, running in the sand, building pagodas, catching dragonflies.
Pu 腊参老天，拜菩萨，扯葛藤，编草袜，捉狮子， 咬又掐，理毛衣，踢指甲，挨的挨，擦的擦，推的推，压的压，扯的扯。
Pounce on the wax ginseng god, worship the bodhisattva, pull the kudzu vines, weave grass curtains, catch lice, bite and pinch, straighten sweaters, pick nails, touch and rub, push and press, pull and pull.
拉得拉青松林下任他玩，绿水涧边随喜着。一群猴子耍了一会，却去那山涧中洗澡。见那股涧水奔流，真个似滚瓜涌溅。
He was allowed to be stubborn under the green pine forest, and washed by the green water stream, Zhua. A group of monkeys played for a while and then went to take a bath in the mountain stream. Seeing the rushing water in the stream, it really looked like rolling melons splashing.
古云：禽有禽言，兽有兽语。众猴都道，这股水不知是那里的水。我们今日赶闲无事，顺涧边往上溜头寻看源流，耍子去也。
An ancient saying goes, birds have their own language, and animals have their own language. All the monkeys said, I don't know where this water comes from. We have nothing to do today, so we walked up the stream to look for the source and play.
喊一声都托男妾女，忽弟忽兄一起跑来，顺涧爬山，直至源流之处，乃是一股瀑布飞泉。但见那一派白虹起，千寻雪浪飞。
Every time they shouted, they dragged men and women, called brothers and brothers, and they all ran together, climbing up the mountain along the stream, until they reached the source of the stream, where there was a waterfall and a spring. But see that, a white rainbow rises, thousands of snow waves fly.
海风吹不断，江月照还衣。冷气分清丈，鱼流润翠微。潺湲水慢慢流动的样子，名瀑布，真似挂帘帷。
The sea breeze blows constantly and the moon shines on the river. The air conditioning divides the green mountains, and the remaining water is moist and green. The gurgling waterfall, Chanyuan, the appearance of water flowing slowly, is really like hanging curtains.
众猴拍手称扬道：“好水，好水！原来此处远通山脚之下，直接大海之波。”又道：“那一个有本事的，钻进去寻个源头出来。”
All the monkeys clapped their hands and praised, "Good water! Good water!" It turns out that this place is far away from the foot of the mountain, directly to the waves of the sea. They also said, "Whoever has the ability, get in and find the source."
不伤身体者，我等即拜他为王。 连呼了3声，忽见从杂中跳出一名石猴，应声高叫道：“我进去，我进去！”好好，也是他。
We will worship the one who does not harm the body as our king. After calling 3 times in a row, I suddenly saw a stone monkey jumping out of the bushes, shouting in response, "I'm going in. I'm in. Good monkey. It's him too."
今日方明显时来大运通，有缘居此地，王潜如仙宫。你看他明目蹲身，将身一纵，竟跳入瀑布泉中，忽睁睛抬头观看。
Today, when Fang's name is revealed, he comes to the great fortune. If he is destined to live here, the king will send him to the fairy palace. You see him crouching down with his eyes closed, vertically jumping into the waterfall, then suddenly opening his eyes and looking up.
那里边却无水无波，明明朗朗的一架桥梁。他住了身，定了神，仔细再看，原来是座铁板桥。桥下之水冲灌于石壳之间，倒挂流出去。
There is no water, no waves, and a bright bridge. He paused, calmed down, and looked carefully again. It turned out to be an iron bridge. The water under the bridge rushes through the stone holes and flows out upside down.
遮蔽了桥门，却有嵌身上桥头，再走再看，却似有人家住处一般，真个好所在。但见那翠藓堆栏，白云浮玉，光摇片片烟霞。
The bridge gate is closed, but the bridge head is still in front of me. When I walk and look again, it seems like someone is living there. It's a really good place. But what I saw was heaps of blue moss, white clouds and jade, and pieces of haze as the light shook.
虚窗竟是华灯板生花，乳窟龙珠已挂，迎回满地奇葩。锅灶棒牙存火迹，尊垒孙立靠岸见窑渣。石座石床真可爱。
There are flowers on the sliding bench in the quiet room with empty windows. The dragon ball hanging in the breast cave is full of strange flowers. There are traces of fire on the cliff next to the pot stove, and there are traces of food left on the table. The stone seat and bed are so cute.
10盆10碗更堪夸，又见那1竿2竿修竹，3点5点梅花，几束青松常带雨，浑然像个人家。看罢多时，跳过桥中间，左右观看。
The stone basins and bowls are even more praiseworthy. There are 2 bamboo poles and 3 and 5 plum blossoms. There are several green pine trees that often bring rain, and it looks like a home. After watching for a long time, I jumped over the middle of the bridge and looked left and right.
只见正当中有一担节节上有一行楷书大字，镌着花果山福地，水帘洞洞天。石猴喜不自胜，即抽身往外便走，复瞑目蹲身。
I saw a stone tablet in the middle with a line of large characters in regular script, engraved with Wagwashan blessed land, water curtain cave and heaven. The stone monkey was so happy that he quickly pulled away and walked outside, closed his eyes and squatted down.
跳出水外，打了2个呵呵道：“大造化，大造化！”众猴把他围住，问道：“里面怎么样？谁有多深？”石猴道：“没水，没水。”
Jumping out of the water, he hit 2 people and shouted, "Great fortune! Great fortune!" The monkeys surrounded him and asked, "How is it inside? How deep is the water?" The stone monkey said, "No water. No water."
原来是一座铁板桥，桥那边是一座天造地设的家当。众猴道：“怎见得是个家当？”石猴笑道：“这股水乃是桥下冲灌石桥。”
It turned out to be an iron bridge. On the other side of the bridge was an estate made in heaven. The monkeys said, "How can it be seen that it is a property?" The stone monkey laughed and said, "This water is rushing under the bridge and running through the stone bridge."
倒挂下来，遮蔽门户的桥边有花有树，乃是一座石房。房内有石窝、石灶、石碗、石盆、石床、石凳，中间一块石碣上。
There are flowers and trees beside the bridge that hangs upside down to cover the door. It is a stone house. There are stone nests, stone stoves, stone bowls, stone basins, stone beds, and stone benches in the room. On a stone slab in the middle.
镌着花果山福地，水帘洞洞天，真个是我们安身之处。里面且是宽阔，容得千百口老小。我们都进去住也，省得受老天之气。
It is engraved with Wagwashan blessed land, water curtain cave, and cave sky. This is where we live. It is spacious inside and can accommodate thousands of people, old and young. Let's all go in and stay, so as not to suffer God's anger.
这里边刮风有处躲，下雨好存身。霜雪全无惧，雷声永不闻。烟霞常照耀，祥瑞每争勋。松竹年年秀，奇花日日新。众猴听得。
There is a place to hide here when the wind blows. and it is easy to stay safe when it rains. There is no fear of frost or snow, and the thunder will never be heard. The haze always shines, and the auspiciousness evaporates every time. The pines and bamboos are beautiful every year, and the exotic flowers are new every day. The monkeys heard it.
个个欢喜都道，你还先走，带我们进去，进去。石猴却又明目蹲身，往里一跳，叫道：“都随我进来，进来！”那些猴有胆大的。
Everyone said happily, "You should go first. Take us in, go in." But the stone monkey squatted down with his eyes closed, jumped in, and shouted, "Come in with me. Come in." Some of those monkeys were bold.
"都跳进去了，胆小的，一个个伸头缩颈，抓耳挠腮，大声叫喊，馋一会也都进去了。跳过桥头，一个个抢盆夺碗，占早争床，搬过来。
All the timid ones jumped in. They stretched their heads and necks one by one, scratched their ears and cheeks, shouted loudly, and after a while, they all went in. Jumping over the bridge, one by one fighting for the basin and bowl, occupying the stove and fighting for the bed, move over.
"一过去，正是猴性顽劣，再无一个宁识，只搬的利卷神皮方纸。石猴端坐上面道：“列位阿，人而无信，不知其可。”
Moving over is just a sign of the stubborn nature of monkeys. There is no peaceful time anymore, and it will only stop when you are tired and exhausted. The stone monkey sat on it and said, "Everyone, if you don't have faith, you don't know what you can do."
你们才说有本事进得来出得去，不伤身体者，就拜他为王。我如今进来又出去，出去又进来，寻了这一个洞天与列位安眠稳睡。
You just say that if you have the ability to get in and out without harming your body, you will worship him as a king. Now I come in and go out and come in again, looking for this cave to sleep peacefully with you all.
各享成家之福，何不拜我为王？众猴听说，即拱服无为，一个个续齿，以年龄为顺序排班，朝上礼拜，都称千岁大王。自此
Everyone enjoys the blessing of starting a family. Why don't you worship me as your king? When all the monkeys heard about it, they bowed down without any violation. They lined up one by one, in order of age, and bowed to each other. They were all called the 1,000-year-old king. From then on,
石猴高登王位，将10字引了，遂称美猴王。 有诗为证，诗曰：三阳交泰产群生，先时包含日月经。借卵化猴玩大道。
The stone monkey ascended the throne and hid the word stone, so he was called the Monkey King. There is a poem to prove it. The poem says, the three yangs are in harmony and produce groups of living things. The immortal stone cells contain the essence of the sun and the moon. Complete the avenue by turning eggs into monkeys.
假他名姓佩丹城，内官不识因无相，外合明知作有形。历代人人皆属此，称王称圣任纵横。美猴王领一群猿猴、猕猴、马猴等。
If his name and surname are paired with an elixir, he will not know the cause and form from the inside, but he will know clearly from the outside that it is tangible. Everyone in the past dynasties has been like this, and they have been called kings and saints. The Monkey King leads a group of apes, macaques, horse monkeys, etc.
分派了君臣佐使朝游花果山，目宿水帘洞，和气同情，不入飞鸟之从，不从走兽之类，独自为王，不胜欢乐。是以春采百花为饮食。
The emperor, ministers, and envoys were assigned to visit the flower and fruit mountain in the morning and stay in the water curtain cave in the evening. They were in harmony with each other. They did not enter the bush of birds or follow the beasts. They were kings alone and were extremely happy. This means picking flowers in spring for food.
夏旬诸果作生芽，秋收玉立岩时节，冬密黄金度岁华。美猴王享乐天真，和期有300-500载。一日，与群猴喜宴之间，忽然忧恼。
In summer, I look for fruits to make my life. In autumn, I harvest taro and chestnuts to delay the season. In winter, I look for yellow flowers to keep them in bloom. How could the Monkey King be happy and innocent for 300 to 500 years? One day, during a wedding banquet with a group of monkeys, I suddenly became worried.
多下泪来，众猴慌忙罗拜道：“大王何为烦恼？”猴王道：“我虽在欢喜之时，却有一点远虑，故此烦恼。”众猴又笑道。
After shedding tears, all the monkeys hurriedly bowed and said, "Why is the king troubled?" The Monkey King said, "Although I am happy, I am a little far-sighted, so I am troubled." The monkeys laughed again and said,
大王好不知足，我等日日欢会，在仙山福地，鼓动神州，不服麒麟峡，不服凤凰馆，又不服人间王位所拘束，自由自在，乃无量之福。
Your Majesty, you are so dissatisfied that we have fun meeting each other every day. In the blessed land of fairy mountains and the ancient caves of China, we are not governed by unicorns, governed by phoenixes, or bound by human thrones. Being free and at ease is an immeasurable blessing.
为何远虑而忧？也侯王道：今日虽不归人王法律，不惧禽兽威服，将来年老血衰，暗中有阎王老子管着，一旦身亡。
Why worry about the long term? The Monkey King said, although today I am not subject to the laws of the King of Humans, I am not afraid of the majesty of animals. In the future, when I am old and my blood is weak, I will secretly be in charge of the King of Hell. Once I die,
可不往生世界之中，不得久住天人之内。众侯闻此言，一个个掩面悲啼，俱以无常为虑。只见那颁布中忽跳出一个通背猿猴。
Isn't it a waste of time to be born in this world and not be able to live among gods and humans for a long time? When all the monkeys heard this, they covered their faces and cried sadly, all worrying about impermanence. Suddenly, a monkey with a full back jumped out of the group.
厉声高叫道：“大王若是这般远虑，真所谓道心开发也。如今五重之内，唯有三等名色，不服阎王老子所管。”猴王道
He shouted loudly, "If your majesty is so far-sighted, what is the so-called development of the Tao mind? Now among the 5 insects, there are only 3 levels of name and form, and they are not under the control of King Yama and me." The Monkey King said,
"你知那三等人猿猴道，乃是佛与仙与神圣三者，躲过轮回，不生不灭，与天地山川齐寿。”猴王道：“此三者居于何所？”
You know the 3 classes of people, the ape said. They are the Buddha, the immortal, and the Holy 3. They escape reincarnation, are immortal and immortal, and live as long as the heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers. The Monkey King said, "Where do these 3 people live?"
猿猴道：“他只在阎浮世界之中，鼓动仙山之内。”猴王闻之，满心欢喜，道：“我明日就辞汝等下山，云游海角，远涉天涯。”
The monkey said, "He is only in the world of Jambu, in the ancient cave and the fairy mountain." Hearing this, the Monkey King was filled with joy and said, "Tomorrow I will bid farewell to you and go down the mountain, wander around the corners of the world, and reach the ends of the earth."
务必防此三者学一个不老长生，常躲过阎君之难。这句话顿教跳出轮回网，致使其天大圣成。众猴鼓掌称扬，都道：“ 善哉。
Be sure to visit these 3 people to learn how to live forever and avoid the troubles of the Lord of Hell. Ah! With these words, Duanjiao jumped out of the net of reincarnation and became the Monkey King. All the monkeys applauded and praised, saying, "How good!"
善哉，我等明日越岭登山，广寻些果品，大设筵宴送大王爷。次日，众猴果去采仙桃，摘异果，刨山药，逐黄精，芝兰香会。
Well done. Tomorrow we will go hiking across the mountains to search for some fruits and prepare a large banquet for the king. The next day, all the monkeys went to pick fairy peaches, exotic fruits, and dig yams, polygonatum, and zalangsiangui.
“瑶草奇花，斑斑件件，整整齐齐，摆开石凳石桌，排列仙酒仙肴。但见那金丸猪蛋，红蘸黄肥；金丸猪弹辣樱桃，色真甘美。”
Yao grass and exotic flowers are all neatly arranged, stone benches and tables are set out, and fairy wine and delicacies are arranged. But see that, golden pills, red and yellow fat. The golden balls are made of wax cherries. The color is really luscious.
“红蘸黄肥熟，梅子味果香酸。鲜龙眼，肉甜皮薄，活荔枝，核小囊红。林芹碧石莲枝馅，枇杷香包带叶青。兔头梨子鸡心枣。”
Red, yellow, fat and ripe plums taste fruity and sour. Fresh longan has sweet flesh and thin skin. Fire lychee has red core and small capsule. The trees are full of green branches, and the loquats are in buds with leaves. Rabbit head, pear, chicken heart and date.
“消可除烦，更解成成。香桃烂杏，美甘甘似玉叶琼浆。翠李杨梅，酸阴阴如芝酥膏酪。红囊黑子熟西瓜，似半黄皮大柿子。”
It can relieve thirst, relieve irritability, and relieve thirst. The fragrant peaches and rotten apricots are as sweet and delicious as jade liquid and nectar. The crisp plums and bayberry are sour and shady as buttery cheese. Ripe watermelon with red sacs and black seeds, large persimmon with 4 petals and yellow skin.
“石榴裂破，丹砂粒现火晶珠。玉粒剖开，坚硬肉团金玛瑙。胡桃银杏可传茶，椰子葡萄能做酒。真松榧奈满盘成，橘蔗甘橙银案摆。”
When a pomegranate is cracked, the sand grains reveal fire crystal beads. When a taro chestnut is cut open, the hard flesh becomes a golden agate. Walnuts and ginkgo can be used to make tea, and coconut grapes can be used to make wine. The dishes are full of hazelnuts, pine and torreya, and the table is full of oranges, sugarcane and tangerines.
“孰为山药烂煮黄精？捣碎茯苓并薏矣。一也，石锅微火慢炊羹。人间纵有真修味，怎比山侯乐更宁？群侯尊美侯王上座。”
Cooked yam and boiled Polygonatum japonica. Crush Poria cocos and koiks, and spread the cooking soup in a stone pot over low heat. Even if there are delicacies in the world, how can it be more peaceful than the joy of mountain monkeys? The group of monkeys honors the Monkey King sitting on top.
各一尺间排于下边，一个个轮流上前，奉酒、奉花、奉果，痛饮了一日。次日，美猴王早起，教小的们替我折些枯松，编作筏子。
Each one was lined up at the bottom according to the teeth and shoulders, and one by one he came forward, offered wine, flowers, and fruits, and drank heavily all day. The next day, the Monkey King got up early and taught, "Little ones, fold some dead pine trees for me and weave them into a raft."
取个竹竿做糕，收拾些果品之类，我将去也。果独自登筏，尽力撑开，飘飘荡荡，竟向大海波中，趁天风，来渡南赡部洲地界。
Take a bamboo pole and make a pole to collect some fruits and the like. I will go there soon. Guo boarded the raft alone, stretched it as hard as he could, and drifted into the waves of the sea, taking advantage of the wind to cross the border of Nanfangbashao.
这一去正是那天产仙侯到横龙，骊山驾筏趁天风，漂洋过海寻仙道，立志潜心建大功。有分有缘修俗愿，无忧无虑会圆龙。
This is exactly what I am going to do. The natural monkey is prosperous. He leaves the mountain and rides a raft to take advantage of the wind. Traveling across the ocean in search of the path to immortality, I am determined to devote myself to making great achievements. If you have the destiny to break away from the secular world, you will meet Yuan Long without any worries.
料应碧玉之音者，说破源流万法通。也是他运至时来，自登木筏之后，连日东南风紧，将他送到西北岸前，乃是南赡部洲地界。
It is expected that you will meet a confidant who will tell you that everything can be done through the source. It was also when he arrived. After boarding the raft, the southeast wind was strong for several days, which brought him to the northwest coast, which was the boundary of Nanfangbashao.
池高试水，偶得潜水，弃了筏子，跳上岸来， 只见海边有人捕鱼、打雁、挖蛤、淘盐。他走近前，弄个把戏，装个上左齿。
I occasionally found shallow water while testing the water with my pole, abandoned the raft, and jumped ashore. I saw people fishing, hunting geese, digging clams, and panning for salt on the beach. He came closer, did a trick, and put on makeup, upper left teeth.
又可下女虎，做出一种吓人的怪样子，吓得那些人丢筐弃网，四散奔跑，将那跑不动的拿住一个。
The tiger on the right makes a strange and scary look, scared those people into throwing away their baskets and nets, and running in all directions. Catch the one that can't run.
包了他衣裳，也学人穿在身上，摇摇摆摆，穿州过府，在世禅中学人理，学人话。朝参夜宿，一心里访问佛仙神圣之道。
He took off his clothes and put them on others, swaying across the state and government, and in the streets, Chan, learning the etiquette and language of others. Eat in the morning and stay overnight, visiting the sacred path of Buddha and immortals with all your heart.
觅个长生不老之方见世人，都是为名为利之徒，更无一个为生命者。正是那争名夺利几时休？早起迟眠不自摇，骑着驴骡丝骏马。
If you want to find an immortal, then you will see that everyone in the world is just for fame and fortune, and no one is interested in life. It's exactly that. When will the fight for fame and fortune end? Getting up early and going to bed late is not free. Riding a donkey, mule, and thinking about a horse.
官居宰相望王侯，只愁衣食单劳碌，何怕严君就取钩？继子因孙图富贵，更无一个肯回头。侯王参访仙道，无缘得遇，在于南赡不周。
When officials, ministers, and prime ministers look at princes and princes, they only worry about food, clothing, and work. So why are they afraid that the Lord of Hell will take advantage of him? The stepsons seek wealth and honor, and none of them are willing to look back. The Monkey King visited the immortal path, but unexpectedly met him. In Nanfanbuzu.
串长城有小县，不觉8、9年余。忽行至西洋大海，他想着海外必有神仙，独自个依前做法，又飘过西海，直至犀牛贺州地界。
I walked along the Great Wall and visited small counties, and it was more than 89 years ago. Suddenly traveling to the Western Sea, he thought that there must be gods overseas. I made a raft alone in front of me and floated across the West Sea until I reached the border of Hezhou in Xinyu.
登岸遍访多时，忽见一座高山秀丽，林路幽深。他也不怕狼虫，不惧虎豹，登山顶上观看。果是好山，千峰排挤，万仞开平。
After visiting the shore for a long time, I suddenly saw a beautiful mountain with deep forest foothills. He is not afraid of wolves, worms, tigers, or leopards. He can climb to the top of the mountain to watch. It turns out to be a good mountain. Thousands of peaks are lined with halberds, and thousands of people are spread out.
日映蓝光青锁翠羽，收带色冷寒清。枯藤缠老树，古渡借幽城。奇花瑞草，修竹乔松。修竹乔松，万载长青栖福地。奇花瑞草。
The sun reflects the misty light and gently locks the green rain. The dark green color is cold and green. Withered vines entwine the old trees, and the ancient journey across the border is secluded. There are rare flowers and auspicious grasses, bamboos and pine trees. The cultivated bamboos and pine trees will keep the land evergreen for thousands of years. The rare flowers and auspicious grasses will.
40不谢塞蓬营 Penning， 蓬莱山和瀛洲，相传为仙人所居之处，亦泛指仙境。幽鸟啼声尽，源泉响溜清。
Pengying, Penglai Mountain and Yingzhou are said to be the places where immortals live. Also generally refers to fairyland. The crow of the quiet bird is near, and the sound of the source is clear.
重重古壑之栏绕处处蝉，蝉崖台显声。起伏峦头龙脉好，必有高人隐姓名。正观看间，忽闻得林深之处有人言语。
There are many valleys with zhi orchids and moss growing on the craggy cliffs everywhere. If the dragon's veins are good on the undulating hills, there must be an expert who can hide his name. While I was watching, I suddenly heard someone speaking deep in the forest.
急忙屈步穿入林中，侧耳而听，原来是歌唱之声。歌曰：观其柯烂，伐木铮铮。云边谷口徐行，麦新沽酒，狂笑自陶情。苍劲秋高。
He hurriedly walked into the forest and listened attentively. It turned out to be the sound of singing. The song goes like this: watching chess players playing badly, cutting down trees, walking slowly at the valley entrance beside the clouds, selling firewood and selling wine, laughing wildly to express my love. The autumn sky is high in the sky.
对月枕松根一觉天明。任旧林，登崖过岭，持斧断枯藤。观其柯烂，伐木铮铮。云边谷口徐行。麦新沽酒， 埋脚。咕咕。
Pillow against the moon and pine roots, sleep at dawn. Recognize old forests, climb cliffs and cross ridges, and cut dead vines with an axe. Watching the chess pieces and the bad guys, cutting down the wood, walking slowly at the mouth of the valley beside the clouds. Selling Xingu wine, buying wine. Goo, goo.
狂笑自陶擎苍劲秋高对月，枕松根一觉天明。任旧林，登崖过岭，持斧断枯藤。收来成一担，行歌世上1米3升。更无蝎子争竞。
Laughing wildly from Tao Qing's green path in autumn, facing the moon, pillowing on pine roots, and sleeping at dawn. Recognize old forests, climb cliffs and cross ridges, and cut dead vines with an axe. Harvested into a load, Xinga goes to the market and yields 3 liters of rice. There is no more competition.
"石家平平，不会计谋巧算，没荣辱，恬淡言生。相逢处，飞仙即到，静坐讲黄庭。美猴王听得此言，满心欢喜道。
The current price is mediocre and there is no scheming, no honor or disgrace, and a life of indifference. Where we met, he was either an immortal or a Taoist, sitting quietly and talking about Huang Ting. When the Monkey King heard this, he was filled with joy and said,
神仙原来藏在这里，急忙跳入里面，仔细再看，乃是一个樵子在那里举斧砍柴。但看他打扮非常，头上戴箬笠。
The immortal was hiding here and hurriedly jumped in. If he looked carefully, he was a woodcutter, chopping firewood with an axe. But he was dressed very well, wearing a bamboo hat on his head.
拥若竹叶及灭边成的宽边帽，乃是新笋出脱之唾。身上穿布衣，乃是木棉粘旧之纱。腰间系环绦，乃是老残口土之丝。
The wide-brimmed hat made of bamboo leaves and bamboo strips is the tua, made when new bamboo shoots have just taken off. The cloth on the body is made of cotton. The sash around the waist is made of silk spun from the mouth of an old silkworm.
足下踏草缕缕，乃是枯沙茶就之爽。手执砖钢斧，单玩火麻绳。搬松劈枯树，正似此桥能猴王近前叫道：“老神仙，弟子起手。”
Stepping on grassloo, it feels so good to be on dry sand. He holds a steel axe in his hand and holds a fire and hemp rope. The Monkey King, who was able to loosen and split dead trees, was as good at woodcutter as he approached and shouted, "Old God! Disciple, start!"
那乔汉慌忙丢了斧，转身搭理道：“不当人，不当人！我捉汉衣食不全，怎敢当神仙二字？”猴王道：“你不是神仙。”
The woodcutter hurriedly threw away his axe, turned around and said, "I am not a human being. I am not a human being. How can I dare to be called a god when I don't have enough food and clothing?" The Monkey King said, "You are not a god."
如何说出神仙的话来？樵夫道：“我说什么神仙话？”猴王道：“我才来至林边，只听得你说，相逢处飞仙即到，静坐讲黄庭。”
How to speak the words of immortals. The woodcutter said, "What did I say the words of immortals?" The Monkey King said, "I just came to the edge of the forest, and I only heard you say, 'Where we meet, it is either an immortal or a Taoist. Sit quietly and talk about Huang Ting.'"
黄庭，乃道德真言，非神仙而合。樵夫笑道：“实不瞒你说，这个词名作《满庭芳》，乃一神仙教我的。那神仙与我设下相邻。”
Huang Ting is a moral mantra. Why is it not a fairy? The woodcutter smiled and said, "To be honest with you, the name of this word, Man Ting Fong, was taught to me by an immortal. That god is next to me."
他见我家事劳苦，日常烦恼，叫我遇烦恼时，即把这层念念，一则散心，二则解困。我才有些不足处思虑，故此念念。
He saw that I was working hard at home and had daily worries, so he taught me to recite these words when I encountered troubles. I just have some shortcomings to think about, so I think about it.
不期被你听了。猴王道：“你家既与神仙相邻，何不从他修行？学得个不老之方，却不是好。”樵夫道：“我一生命苦。”
Unexpectedly, you heard the Monkey King say, "Since your family is adjacent to the gods, why not practice from him? Isn't it good to learn a way to live forever?" The woodcutter said, "My life has been hard.
“自幼蒙父母养育至8、9岁，才知人世。不幸父丧，母亲居孀，再无兄弟姊妹，只我一人，没奈何，早晚侍奉。”
He was raised by his parents from an early age until he was 8 or 9 years old. Unfortunately, his father died and his mother became a widow, Shuang. There are no more brothers or sisters. I am the only one, so I have no choice but to serve them morning and night.
如今母老一发，不敢抛离，却又田园荒芜，衣食不足，只得着2束柴薪，挑像是蝉之间，或几文钱，抵几升米， 自吹自擂。
Now my mother dare not leave her alone. However, the fields were desolate and the food and clothing were not enough, so he had to pick 2 bundles of firewood and carry them to the shop. He bought a few pennies for goods and a few liters of rice to cook and make his own food.
安排些茶饭供养老母，所以不能修行。猴王道：据你说起来，乃是一个行孝的君子，向后必有好处。但望你止于我那神仙住处。
I arranged some food and tea to support my old mother, so I couldn't practice. The Monkey King said, according to you, he is a filial gentleman, and he will be good for his future. I wish you could point me to the abode of the gods.
却好拜访去野樵夫道，不远，不远。此山叫做灵台方寸山，山中有座斜月3星洞，那洞中有一个神仙，称名须菩提祖师。
However, the woodcutter went to visit and said, Not far, not far. This mountain is called Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain. There is a 3-star cave with a slanting moon in the mountain. There is a god in the cave, named Patriarch Subhuti.
那祖师出去的徒弟也不计其数，渐今还有30-40人从他修行。你顺那条小路向南行7-8里远近，即是他家了。
The patriarch had countless disciples, and today there are still 30 or 40 people practicing under him. If you follow that path and go south for 7 or 8 miles, you will reach his home.
猴王用手扯住樵夫道：“老兄，你便同我去。若还得了好处，绝不忘你指引之恩。”樵夫道：“你这汉子甚不通变。”
The Monkey King grabbed the woodcutter with his hand and said, Brother, come with me. If I get any benefits, I will never forget your guidance. The woodcutter said, You are a very inflexible man.
我方才这般与你说了，你还不省？假若我与你去了，却不误了我的生意，老母何人奉养？我要着柴，你自去。猴王听说，
I just told you this and you still don't understand? If I go with you, will you not miss my business? Who will take care of my old mother? I want to chop firewood, you go by yourself. The Monkey King heard that.
只得相辞出深林，找上路径，过一山坡，约有7-8里远，果然望见一座洞府。挺身观看，真好去处。但见烟霞散彩，日月摇光。
Xiangxi had no choice but to leave the deep forest, find a path, and cross a hillside. About 7 or 8 miles away, he saw a cave. Stand up and watch, it's a great place. But see, the smoke disperses the color, the sun and the moon shake their light.
千竹老柏万节修黄，修竹长竹子。黄黄，千竹老柏，带雨半空清冉冉，万节修黄，寒烟一褐色苍苍。门外茄花不解。
Thousands of old cypresses are repaired 10,000 times. Huang. Thousands of old cypresses are green in the sky with the rain. Thousands of bamboos are being repaired, and the color of the valley is green with smoke. Outside the door, there are strange flowers and brocades.
桥边瑶草喷香，石崖突兀青苔润，悬壁高张翠显长。时闻仙鹤立，立每见凤凰翔。仙鹤立时，声震九高霄汉远，凤凰响起。
Beside the bridge, the rock cliffs are steep and moss-covered, with fragrant yao grass and green moss growing high on the overhanging walls. Every now and then I hear the chirping of the cranes, and every time I see the phoenix flying. When the crane chirps, the sound trembles far into the sky, the phoenix soars.
翎毛五色彩云光玄元，白鹭随引荐。金狮玉象任行藏。细观灵福地，真个赛天堂。又见那洞门紧闭，静悄悄杳无人迹。忽回头。
Feathers and feathers of 5 colors, clouds, light, black apes and white deer can be seen, and golden lions and jade elephants can be hidden in hiding. Take a closer look at Lingfu Land, it's really a racing paradise. Then I saw that the door of the cave was closed and it was quiet and no one was around. Suddenly looking back,
见崖头立一石碑，约有3丈余高，8尺余阔，上有一行10个大字，乃是灵台方寸山，斜月3星洞。美猴王十分欢喜道
I saw a stone tablet standing at the head of the cliff, which was more than 3 feet high and 8 feet wide. There was a line of 10 characters on it, which read, Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain, Slanting Moon and 3 Stars Cave. The Monkey King was very happy and said,
此间人果是普什国有此山此洞，看沟多时，不敢敲门。且去跳上松枝梢头，摘松子吃了玩耍。少顷间，只听得呀的一声。
The people here are really simple and have this mountain and this cave. After looking at the hook for a long time, I didn't dare to knock on the door. Let's go and jump on the pine branches, pick pine nuts, eat them and play. After a while, I heard only a sound.
洞门开处，里面走出一个仙童，真个风姿英伟，相貌清奇，比寻常俗子不同。但见他抓髻即抓髻，双丝挽，宽袍两袖风。
A fairy boy walked out of the opening of the cave door. He was really majestic, with a strange appearance, and was different from ordinary people. But I saw him, a bun with double silk ribbons, a wide robe with wind sleeves.
猫和参自别心语向俱空。屋外常年客，山中永寿同。一尘全不染，甲子任翻腾。那童子出的门来，高叫道：“什么人在此骚扰？”
Appearance and body are different from each other. Mind and appearance are empty. There are long-term visitors outside things, but long-lived children in the mountains. Not a speck of stain, even the armor is allowed to churn. The boy came out and shouted, "Who is causing trouble here?"
猴王扑地跳下树来，上前躬身道：“仙童，我是个访道学仙之弟子，更不敢在此骚扰。”仙童笑道：“你是个访道的吗？”猴王道：
The Monkey King jumped down from the tree and came forward and bowed. "Fairy boy, I am a disciple who visits Taoism and learns from immortals. I dare not disturb you here." Fairy boy smiled and said, "Are you a Taoist?" Monkey King said,
是童子道：“我家师傅正才下榻登坛讲道，还未说出缘由，就叫我出来开门，说外面有个修行的来了，可去接待接待。”
It was the boy who said, "My master was staying at the hotel just now and went to the altar to give a sermon." Before he even told me the reason, he told me to come out and open the door. He said, "There is a cultivator outside. You can go and receive him."
想必就是你了。猴王笑道：“是我，是我。”童子道：“你跟我进来。”这猴王整衣端肃，随童子进入洞天深处观看。
It must be you. The Monkey King smiled and said, "It's me, it's me." The boy said, "Come in with me." The Monkey King dressed solemnly and followed the boy into the depths of the cave to watch.
一层层深阁琼楼，一进进诸宫贝阙，说不尽那竟是幽居，直至瑶台之下。见那菩提祖师端坐在台上，两边有30个小仙侍立台下。
There are layers of deep pavilions and shone towers. Once you enter the Pearl Palace and Beike, you can't tell how quiet the rooms are, all the way to the Yaotai. I saw the Bodhi Patriarch sitting on the stage, with 30 little immortals on both sides standing under the stage.
果然是大觉金仙没构资，西方妙香祖菩提，不生不灭三三行，全气全神万万次。空寂自然随变化，真如本性任为之，与天同寿庄严体。
Sure enough, he is the great enlightenment golden immortal without stains, the Western wonderful appearance patriarch Bodhi. He has no birth and no death in the three elements. He is full of energy and full of infinite kindness. The emptiness and silence change naturally, just like the original nature allows it to change. It has the same lifespan as heaven and has a majestic body.
《历劫明心大法师美猴王一见，倒身下拜，磕头不计其数，口中只道：“师父，师父，我弟子至心朝礼，至心朝礼。”祖师道：
When the Monkey King, the great master of Mingxin in the past, saw it, he fell down and kowtowed countless times. He only said, "Master, Master." My disciple bows with all his heart. Salute with all his heart. The patriarch said.
你是那方人士，且说个相冠姓名明白，再拜。猴王道：弟子东胜神州傲来国花果山水帘洞人士。祖师喝令，赶出去。
Whose family are you from? Please state your hometown name clearly before bowing. The Monkey King said, Disciple Dongxing Shenzhou proudly came to Guowaguo Mountain from Shuiliandong Cave. The patriarch ordered, Get out.
他本是个撒诈倒虚之徒，那里修什么道果？猴王慌忙磕头不住道：弟子是老师之言，绝无虚诈。祖师道：你既老实。
He is a deceitful person, so why should he cultivate Taoism? The Monkey King hurriedly kowtowed and said, My disciple is speaking honestly, and there is no deceit. The patriarch said, Since you are honest.
怎么说？东胜神州那去处到我这里，隔两重大海，一座南赡部洲，如何就得到此？猴王叩头道：弟子漂洋过海，登界游方。
How do you say that the place between Dongxing Shenzhou and me is separated by 2 oceans, and there is a Nanfangbu continent? How can we get here? The Monkey King kowtowed and said, My disciples traveled across the ocean, traveled across the world.
有10数个年头，方才访到此处。祖师道：既是逐渐行来的也罢。你姓甚么？猴王又道：我无姓。人若骂我，我也不恼；若打我，
It has been more than 10 years since I visited here. The patriarch said, It's all done gradually. What's your last name? The Monkey King said again, I have no sex. If someone scolds me, I won't be upset. If someone hits me,
我也不嗔，只是赔个礼儿就罢了。一生无姓。祖师道：不是这个姓。你父母原来姓甚吗？猴王道：我也无父母。祖师道：
I'm not angry, I just want to be with you as a courtesy. A life without sex. The patriarch said, It's not this nature. What were your parents' original surnames? The Monkey King said, I have no parents either. The patriarch said,
既无父母，想是树上生的。猴王道：我虽不是树生，却是石里长的。我只记得花果山上有一块仙石，其年石破，我便生也。
Having no parents, do you think I was born on a tree? Said the Monkey King. Although I was not born on a tree, I grew on a stone. I only remember that there was a fairy stone on the Huagua Mountain. When the stone was broken, I was born.
祖师闻言暗喜道：这等说，却是天地生成的。你起来走走我看。猴王纵身跳起，拐啊拐地走了2遍。祖师笑道：
Hearing this, the patriarch secretly rejoiced. It is said that it was created by heaven and earth. Get up and walk around and let me see. The Monkey King jumped up and walked around twice. The patriarch smiled and said,
你身躯虽是鄙陋，却像个食松果的猢狲。我与你就身上取个姓氏，意思教你姓胡。胡字去了个寿棒，乃是古月。古者，老也。
Although your body is humble, it looks like a hosen that eats pine cones. I will give you a surname on your body, and I will teach you to have a surname of Hong. The word Hong has been removed from the animal, which is the ancient moon. The ancient is also old.
月者阴也，老阴不能化育，教你姓孙道好。孙字去了寿棒，乃是个子细。子者而男也，细者应细也。正合婴儿之本论。
The moon is Een. Lao Een cannot transform and educate, so it would be better to teach you a surname of. The word has gone to the animal side, but it is a sublineage. The sun is a son, the Tai is a baby. Just in line with the basic theory of babies.
教你姓孙。霸猴王听说，满心欢喜，朝上叩头道：好，好，好！今日方知姓也。万望师父慈悲。既然有姓，再起赐个名字。
I will teach you that your surname is Sun. When the Monkey King heard about it, he was filled with joy and kowtowed to him and said, Okay. Good. Good. Today you will know your surname. Master Wan Wang is merciful. Since you have a surname, please give me a name.
“却好呼唤祖师道：“我门中有12个字，分派起名道：你乃第10辈之小徒矣。”猴王道：“那12个字？”祖师道：“乃广、大、智。”
But Hao called the patriarch and said, "There are 12 characters in my sect, and I have assigned you to name you as the 10th generation disciple." The Monkey King said, "Those 12 characters?" The patriarch said, "They are Guang, Da, and De Wisdom."
慧真、如、性、海、影、物、圆、觉12字，排到你正当物字，与你起个法名叫做孙悟空好吗？”猴王笑道：“好，好。”
The 12 characters are Huizhen, Ru, Xing, Hai, Ying, Wu, Yuan, and Zhu. It's time for you to enlighten the word. How about I give you a Dharma name called Sun Wukong? The Monkey King smiled and said, "Okay, good."
好，自今就叫做孙悟空也。正是鸿蒙初辟原无性，打破顽空虚悟空。毕竟不知向后修些什么道果，且听下回分解。第2回。
Well, from now on I will be called Sun Wukong. It's exactly. Hongmeng first established the original namelessness, and to break the stubbornness, Wukong is needed. After all, there are some Tao and fruits that can be cultivated backwards, and let's listen to the next chapter to explain. The second chapter.
“悟彻菩提真妙理断魔归本和元神。”神话表美猴王得了性命，怡然踊跃，对菩提前作礼起谢。那祖师即命大众引孙悟空出2门外。
Understand the true and wonderful principles of Bodhi, sever demons, return to the origin, and unite with the soul. The myth shows that the Monkey King received his name. He was very happy and expressed his gratitude to the Bodhisattva in advance. Understand the true and wonderful principles of Bodhi, sever demons, return to the origin, and unite with the soul. The myth shows that the Monkey King received his name. He was very happy and expressed his gratitude to the Bodhisattva in advance. The patriarch immediately ordered the crowd to lead Sun Wukong out of the second door.
教他洒扫应对进退周旋之节。众仙奉行而出，悟空到门外，又拜了大众师兄，就于郎武、蓝无应之间安排秦楚。次早
Teach him how to deal with the swings of advance and retreat. All the immortals followed it and came out. When Wukong went outside, he paid homage to all the fellow disciples and arranged a sleeping place among the verandas, Langwu. The next morning,
与众师兄学言语礼貌，讲经论道，习自焚香，每日如此。闲时即扫地除园，养花修树，寻柴燃火，挑水运浆。凡所用之物，无一不备。
I learned to speak politely and lecture with my brothers, practice calligraphy and burn incense every day. In his free time, he sweeps the ground and hoe the garden, grows flowers and trees, looks for firewood to light the fire, and carries water and pulp. I learned to speak politely and lecture with my brothers, practice calligraphy and burn incense every day. In his free time, he sweeps the ground and hoe the garden, grows flowers and trees, looks for firewood to light the fire, and carries water and pulp. Everything used is prepared.
在洞中不觉书6、7年1日，祖师登坛高坐，唤集诸仙，开讲大道。真个是天花乱坠，地涌金莲。妙演三圣，佛教术语。三圣指小圣。
Unconsciously in the cave, one day in the 6th year of the 7th year, the patriarch sat on the altar, called all the immortals to gather, and gave a lecture on the Great Way. The truth is, flowers are falling from the sky and golden lotuses are blooming from the ground. Miaoyan Sanyana, Buddhist terminology. Sanyana refers to Hinayana.
中乘和大乘教，精微万法全。慢摇竹尾，古人闲谈时只以驱虫胆沉的一种工具。竹喷珠玉，想震雷霆动9天。说一会道。
The middle vehicle and Mahayana teachings are all subtle and complete. Slowly shake the tail of the squirrel, a tool used by the ancients to repel insects and dust when chatting. Zhu sprays pearls and jade, and the sound vibrates and thunders for 9 days. The middle vehicle and Mahayana teachings are all subtle and complete. Slowly shake the tail of the squirrel, a tool used by the ancients to repel insects and dust when chatting. Zhu sprays pearls and jade, and the sound vibrates and thunders for 9 days. Talk for a while and say.
讲一会禅，三家配合本如然。开明一字归城里，指引无声了性玄。孙悟空在旁闻讲，喜得他抓耳挠腮，眉花眼笑，忍不住手之舞之。
Let's talk for a while about how the 3 schools of Zen work together. The word enlightenment refers to sincerity and guides the mysterious nature of the unborn. Sun Wukong listened to the story and was so happy that he scratched his head and smiled. I can't help but dance with my hands.
足之岛之狐被祖师看见，叫孙悟空道：“你在班中怎么癫狂乐舞，不听我讲？”悟空道：“弟子诚心听讲，听到老师傅妙音处。”
Sun Wukong was suddenly seen dancing with his feet, and asked Sun Wukong, "Why are you dancing wildly in the class and not listening to me?" Wukong said, "Disciple listened sincerely and heard the wonderful voice of the master."
喜不自胜，故不觉作此踊跃之状，望师父恕罪。祖师道：“你既是妙音，我且问你，你到洞中多少时了？”悟空道：“弟子本来懵懂。”
I was so overjoyed that I didn't realize I was in such an eager mood. I hope Master will forgive me. The patriarch said, "Since you know the wonderful sound, let me ask you, how long have you been in the cave?" Wukong said, "Disciple was originally ignorant."
头脑不清楚，或不能明辨事物懵，不知多少时节，只记得灶下无火，常去山后打柴，见一山好桃树。
The mind is unclear or unable to distinguish things clearly, Meng. I don't know how long it is. I just remember that there was no fire under the stove. I often went to the back of the mountain to collect firewood and saw a mountain of beautiful peach trees.
我在那里吃了7次宝桃乙祖师道，那山唤名烂桃山。你既吃7次，想是7年了。你今要从我学些什么道？悟空道
I ate the peach 7 times there, and the patriarch said, "That mountain is called Rotten Peach Mountain. Since you have eaten it 7 times, I think it has been 7 years. What do you want to learn from me now?" Wukong said,
但凭尊师教诲，只是有些道气儿，弟子便就学了。祖师道：“道字门中有360棒门，班门，道教术语。”
But with the respect of the master's teachings, the disciples just learned it. The patriarch said, "There are 360 side gates, Bangmen, Taoist terminology, in the gate with the word Tao."
道教以修炼金丹全身宝真为正道，余皆为棒门，不能得正果，棒门皆有正果。不知你学那一门里？悟空道：“凭尊师意思。”
Taoism regards cultivating golden elixirs as the right way to maintain the integrity of the whole body, and the rest are side gates and cannot obtain true results, and all side doors have true results. I wonder which one you study. Wukong said, "It depends on the wishes of the respected master."
弟子倾心听从祖师道：“我教你个数字门中之道，如何？”悟空道：“数门之道怎么说？”祖师道：“竹字门中。”
The disciple listened wholeheartedly to the patriarch. "How about I teach you the way of the sect with the word shu?" Wukong asked, "How do you say the way of the sect?" The patriarch said, in the sect with the word shu, how about it?
乃是些请仙扶鸾，两人执钉子木笔，在沙盘上写字叫扶鸾，是一种迷信求神以问吉凶的方法。鸾问卜叠诗，sheshi。
They asked the immortal Full One and two people to hold D-shaped wooden pens and write on the sand table called Full One. This is a superstitious method of praying to gods to ask about good or bad luck. Luan, ask for divination and divination, shishur.
古代问卜的一种方式，能知趋吉避凶之理。悟空道：“似这般可得长生吗？”祖师道：“不能。”悟空道：“不学。”
An ancient method of divination can tell the truth about seeking good luck and avoiding bad luck. Wukong said, "Is it possible to live forever like this?" The patriarch said, "No, cannot." Wukong said, "Don't learn." Not learn.
祖师道：“教你镜子门中之道，如何？”悟空道：“镜子门中是甚正果？”祖师道：“此是修良，即辟谷，停食谷物。”
The patriarch said, "How about I teach you the way of the Dajing character gate?" Wukong said, "What is the right fruit in the Dajing character gate?" The patriarch said, "This is resting food, that is, avoiding grains, stopping eating grains."
道家的修炼方法之一，守谷，清静无为，参禅打坐，戒语持斋，或睡功，或立功，并入定坐观之类。悟空道：“这般也能长生吗？”
One of the Taoist cultivation methods is to stay in the valley, be quiet and do nothing, sit in meditation, precepts, fast, sleep or perform meritorious deeds, and incorporate it into the sitting meditation paths. Wukong said, "Can you live forever like this?"
祖师道：“也似摇头吐皮。”悟空笑道：“师傅果有些低。一行说我不会打誓语，怎么谓之摇头吐皮？”祖师道：
The patriarch said, "It's like Yao to Adobe. Wukong smiled and said, "Master, I'm a bit off." Yixing said, "I don't know how to speak slang." How do you call it, Yao to Adobe? The patriarch said,
就如那窑头上造成砖瓦之坯，虽已成形，尚未经水火锻炼，一朝大雨滂沱，它必烂矣。悟空道：也不长远，不学，不学。
Just like the bricks and tiles made on the kiln head, although they have been formed, they have not been tempered by water and fire. Once the heavy rain comes, they will be ruined. Wukong said, "It won't last long. Don't learn. Don't learn."
祖师道教你洞子门中之道，如何？悟空道：洞门之道，却又怎样？祖师道：此事有为有作，采阴补阳，攀弓踏弩。
The patriarch said, "How about teaching you the way of moving the door?" Wukong said, "So what about the way of the moving door?" The patriarch said, "This is something to do. Gather yin and replenish yang. Climb the bough and step on it, crossbow."
“磨其过气，用方炮制，烧毛打顶，进红铅，炼秋石，并服妇乳”之类。悟空道：“似这等也得长生吗？”祖师道：“此欲长生。”
After rubbing the navel to relieve the qi, prepare it with prescriptions, burn thatch and make a cauldron, add red lead, refine autumn stones, and take women's milk. Wukong said, "Does this mean you can live forever?" The patriarch said, "If you want to live forever."
“一如水中捞月”悟空道：“师傅又来了，怎么叫做水中捞月？”祖师道：“月在长空，水中有影，虽然看见，只是无捞摸处。”
It's like catching the moon in the water. Wukong said, "Master is here again. Why is it called catching the moon in the water?" The founder said, "The moon is in the sky, and there is a shadow in the water. Although I can see it, there is no place to catch it."
到底只成空耳。悟空道：“也不学，不学。”祖师闻言，哆的一声，跳下高台，手持戒尺，指定悟空道：“你这猢狲，这般不学。”
In the end, Wukong said, "You don't want to learn. You don't want to learn." Upon hearing this, the patriarch jumped down from the high platform with a loud roar, held a ruler in hand, and pointed out to Wukong, "You hosen, you don't want to learn."
那般不学却待怎么？走上前，将悟空头上打了3下，倒背着手走入里面，将中门关了，撇下大众而去。唬的那一般听讲的。
How can you wait without learning? Step forward, hit Wukong 3 times on the head, put his hands behind his back, walked inside, closed the middle door, and left the crowd. The group of listeners were frightened.
人人惊惧，皆怨悟空道：“你这泼猴，十分无状，没有礼貌。师父传你道法，如何不学，却与师父顶嘴？”这番冲撞了他。
Everyone was frightened and blamed Wukong. "You are such a shameless monkey. How come you don't learn the Taoism from your master, but talk back to him?" This conflict made him.
不知几时才出来，和此时俱甚抱怨他，又比见嫌恶他。悟空一些也不恼，只是满脸陪笑。原来那猴王已打破盘中之谜，暗暗在心。
I don't know when he came out. At this time, everyone resented him and despised him. Liu Kang wasn't even annoyed at all. He just smiled with a smile on his face. It turns out that the Monkey King has solved the mystery on the plate and secretly kept it in his heart.
所以不与众人争竞，只是忍耐无言。祖师打他3下者，教他3更十分存心，到背着手走入里面，将中门关上者，教他从后门进步。
So I don't compete with others, I just endure without saying anything. If the patriarch hits him 3 times, he will teach him to be mindful during the 3rd watch. If he goes inside with his hands behind his back and closes the middle door, he will teach him to go in through the back door.
秘处传他道，也当日悟空与众等喜喜欢欢，在3星仙洞之前盼望天色，极不能到晚。及黄昏时，却与众就寝，假合眼，定息存神。
On the same day when the secret place taught him the secret, Liu Kang and the others were enjoying themselves. They were in front of the 3-star immortal cave, looking forward to the sky and not being too late. At dusk, he went to bed with everyone, pretended to close his eyes, and calmed down his breathing.
山中又没之更传见报告事件。古用铜壶滴漏计时，看水平面鉴上的刻度，即知时刻，不知时分，只自家将鼻孔中出入之气调定。
There was no more arrow in the mountain to tell the time. In ancient times, a copper kettle was used to measure time, and the time could be known by looking at the scale on the arrow on the horizontal plane. If one did not know the time, he could only adjust the air in and out of his nostrils at home.
约到子时，前后轻轻地起来，穿了衣服，偷开前门，躲离大众，走出外，抬头观看。正是那月明清露冷，八极迥无尘，深树幽禽宿。
At about midnight, I got up gently, put on my clothes, secretly opened the front door, hid from the public, walked outside, and looked up. It is exactly that. The moon is bright and clear, the dew is cold, and the 8 poles are dust-free. In the deep trees there are secluded birds.
源头水溜焚飞，荧光散影，过燕子排云。正值3更后，应该访到真。你看他从旧路径至后门外，只见那门半开半掩。悟空喜道：“
The flowing water at the source is scattered with scattered fluorescent lights, and the characters of wild geese are passing through the clouds. It's time to visit Daojian in the middle of the night. You see him walking from the old path to the back door, only to see that the door is ajar. Wukong said happily.
老师傅果然注意于我传道，故此开着门也。几夜不进前，侧身进的门里，直走到祖师寝榻之下，见祖师蜷居身躯，朝里睡着了。
Teacher, my father really paid attention to preaching to me, so he kept the door open. He walked closer, entered the door sideways, and walked to the patriarch's bed. I saw the founder curled up and fell asleep.
Wu空不敢惊动，即跪在榻前。那祖师不多时觉来，舒开两足，口中自吟道：“难，难，难。到最玄，莫把金丹坐等闲，不遇至人传妙诀。”
Wukong didn't dare to be alarmed and knelt in front of the couch. Not long after, the patriarch woke up, stretched out his legs, and chanted to himself, "Difficult, difficult, difficult." The most mysterious way is, don't take the golden elixir for granted. If you don't meet a great person who can teach you the secret,
"空眼口困舌头干，悟空应声叫道：“师父，弟子在此跪候多时。”祖师闻的声音是悟空，急起披衣，盘坐喝道：“这猢狲！”
Kong Yan's mouth was tired and his tongue was dry. Wukong called out in response, "Master, I have been kneeling here for a long time." When the patriarch heard that the voice was Wukong, he immediately put on his clothes, sat cross-legged, and shouted, "This hosen!"
你不在前边去睡，却来我这后边做神。悟空道：“师父昨日坛前对众相允，教弟子三更时候从后门里传我道理。”
Why are you coming behind me instead of sleeping in front? Wukong said, Master told everyone in front of the altar yesterday that he would teach his disciples to teach me principles from the back door at the third watch.
"故此大胆敬拜老爷榻下祖师，听说十分欢喜，暗自寻思道：这厮古时对男子的称呼，果然是个天地生成的。不然。”
Therefore, he boldly went to pay homage to the ancestor at the master's bed. When he heard about it, he was very happy and thought to himself, "This guy, the name given to men in ancient times, is indeed born from heaven and earth. Otherwise..."
"何就打破我盘中之暗迷？”也悟空道：“此间更无六耳，只弟子一人。望师父大舍慈悲， 传与我长生之道罢，永不忘恩。祖师道
Why do you want to break the dark riddle in my plate? Wukong said, There are no more 6 ears here. There is only one disciple. I hope that the Master will be compassionate and teach me the way to eternal life. I will never forget my gratitude. The patriarch said,
你今有缘，我一喜说。计时的盘中暗迷，你近前来，仔细听之，当传与你长生之妙道也。悟空叩头谢了，洗耳用心，跪于榻下。
Now that you are destined, would also like to tell you. Now that you know the secret riddle in the plate, you come closer and listen carefully. I will teach you the wonderful way of immortality. Wukong kowtowed in thanks, washed his ears and listened carefully, and knelt under the couch.
祖师云：显密圆通真妙诀，悉修生命无他说。都来总是精气神，紧固牢藏修漏泄。修漏泄，体中藏，汝寿无传道自昌。
The patriarch said, The secret of enlightenment and enlightenment is true. There is no other way to cherish and cultivate your life. It is always your essence and spirit. Be careful to store it firmly and not let it leak out. Don't let it leak out. It is hidden in your body. You will be prosperous by my teaching.
口诀记来多有一平除邪欲得清凉。得清凉，光皎洁，好像丹台上明月。月藏玉兔，日藏乌，自有龟蛇相盘结。相盘结，性命坚。
The formula is very helpful in eliminating evil desires and getting cool. Get coolness and bright light, so that you can admire the bright moon from the Dantai. The moon hides the jade rabbit, the sun hides the crow, and the tortoise and snake are intertwined. The phase is intertwined, the life is strong.
却能活理重金莲，攒促五行颠倒用，功完随作佛和仙。此时说破根源，悟空心灵福至，切切记了口诀，对祖师拜谢深恩。
But he can plant golden lotuses in the fire and gather them in clusters. The 5 elements can be used upside down, and he can become a Buddha or an immortal upon completion. At this time, the root cause was revealed. Wukong felt blessed in his heart. He remembered the formula carefully and expressed his deep gratitude to the ancestor.
即出后门观看，但见东方天色微疏白，西路金光大显明。依旧路转到前门，轻轻地推开进去，坐在圆寝之处，故将床铺遥想道。
Then I went out the back door and looked around, but I saw that the sky in the east was slightly white, and the golden light on the west road was bright. Keep going, turn to the front door, push it open gently and go in. Sitting on the same spot as before, he shakes the bed and says,
天光了，天光了，契爷。那大众还正睡里，不知悟空已得了好事。当日起来打混，暗暗维持，子前午后，自己调息，却早过了3年。
It's light, it's light. Get up. The crowd was still sleeping, unaware that Wukong had received a good thing. Get up on the same day to play around, maintain it secretly, and adjust your breathing by yourself before midnight and in the afternoon. But it was 3 years earlier.
《祖师复登宝座语众说法》谈的是公案比喻，论的是外象佛教术语，只显露表现在外表上的善恶美丑和言语行动包皮。互问
The patriarch returned to the throne to speak to the public. What I'm talking about is koan comparison, and I'm talking about external image, a Buddhist term. It refers to the good, evil, beauty, ugliness, and speech and actions that are revealed and expressed on the outside. Suddenly asked.
"悟空何在？悟空近前跪下，弟子有。祖师道：你这一向修些什么道来？悟空道：弟子近来法性颇通，根源意见坚固矣。
Wukong he knelt down in front of Wukong, disciple yes. The patriarch said, What kind of Tao have you been practicing? Wukong said, My disciple has become quite clear in Dharma nature recently, and his roots have gradually become stronger.
"祖师道：你既通法性，会得根源，以助神体，却只是防备着3灾厉害。悟空听说，沉吟良久道：师父之言谬矣。
The patriarch said, Since you understand the Dharma nature, you will get the root, and you will be infused with the spiritual body, but you are only guarding against the 3 disasters and harms. Wukong heard that. He pondered for a long time and said, Master's words are wrong.
"我常闻道，高德龙与天同寿，水火既济，百病不生，却怎么有个3灾厉害？祖师道：此乃非常之道，夺天地之造化。
I have heard that Gao Delong has the same longevity as heaven, water and fire are both beneficial, and all kinds of diseases will not occur. But how can there be 3 disasters and benefits? The patriarch said, This is the extraordinary way, to seize the creation of heaven and earth.
"亲日月之玄机丹成之后，鬼神难容。虽驻颜益寿，但到了500年后，天降雷灾打你，需要见性明心，预先躲避。躲得过， 授予天齐。
After the mysterious elixir that invades the sun and moon is completed, ghosts and gods will not be tolerated. Although your appearance will increase your longevity, in 500 years, if a thunder disaster hits you from the sky, you need to be aware of your nature and mind and avoid it in advance. If you can escape, you will live as long as heaven.
躲不过就此绝命。在500年后，天降火灾烧你。这火不是天火，亦不是凡火，唤作阴火。自本身涌泉穴，至足心下烧起。
Can't escape death. 500 years from now, fire will fall from heaven and burn you. This fire is neither heavenly fire nor ordinary fire. It is called Yin fire. The fever starts from under the Yongquan point, referring to the heart of the foot.
直透泥元公五脏成灰，四肢皆朽，把千年苦行俱为虚幻。在500年又降风灾吹你，这风不是东南西北风，不是和熏金朔风。
Seeing through the mud palace, the 5 internal organs turned to ashes, the limbs were all rotten, and thousands of years of asceticism were all an illusion. In another 500 years, another storm will hit you. This wind is not the southeast, northwest, or Hexunjinshuo wind.
亦不是花柳松竹风唤作避风，自信门中吹入六腑，过丹田，穿九窍，骨肉消疏，其身自解，所以都要躲过。悟空闻说
Nor are the flowers, willows, pines, and bamboos called by the wind as zifeng. Blow into the 6 internal organs from the fontanelle, pass through the dantian, and penetrate the 9 orifices. The bones and flesh will disappear, and the body will self-relieve. So avoid it. Wukong heard that.
毛骨悚然，毛发竖起，脊梁骨发冷，形容恐惧惊骇的样子。悚悚，叩头礼拜道：“万望老爷垂悯，传语躲避3灾之法。”
The hair on my skin stood on end and a chill ran down my spine. Describe fear and horror. Song, he kowtowed and said, I hope that I will take pity on you and teach you how to avoid the 3 disasters.
到底不敢忘恩祖师道，此亦无难，只是你比他人不同，故传不得。悟空道：“我也头圆顶天，足方履地，一般有9窍4肢。”
After all, I dare not forget my gratitude. The patriarch said, This is not difficult. It's just that you are different from others, so you can't pass it on. Wukong said, My head is like a cup in the sky, and my feet are just like walking on the ground. I usually have 9 orifices and 4 limbs.
五脏六腑何以比人不同？祖师道：你虽然像人，却比人少腮。原来那猴子箍拐面，凹脸尖嘴。悟空伸手一摸，笑道：
Why are the internal organs different from those of other people? The patriarch said, Although you look like a human being, you have fewer cheeks than a human being. It turned out that the monkey had a solitary face, a concave face and a sharp mouth. Wukong stretched out his hand to touch it and said with a smile,
师傅没成算，我虽少腮，却比人多这个素带，指猿猴类、啮齿类的素囊。素亦可准遮过也。祖师说：也罢。
Master didn't calculate that although I have fewer gills, I have more crop bags, referring to the crops of apes and rodents. Crop, Su, than humans, so I can definitely break it. The patriarch said, That's fine.
“你要学那一般有一般天罡，罡数该36般变化，有一般地煞数该72般变化。”悟空道：“弟子愿多里捞摸。”
You have to learn that there are general Tiangang, Gong, numbers, which should have 36 changes. There are general earth evil numbers, and they should have 72 changes. Wukong said, Disciple is willing to fish a lot.
“学一个地煞变化罢。”祖师道：“既如此，上前来，传与你口诀。”遂附耳低言，不知说了些什么妙法。这猴王也是他一窍通十百窍通。
After learning the transformation of Earth Demon, the patriarch said, In that case, come forward and teach you the formula. Then he whispered in his ear, not knowing what wonderful method he said. This Monkey King also knows everything when he knows one thing.
当时习了口诀，自修自练，将72般变化都学成了。忽一日，祖师与众门人在三星洞前戏玩晚景。祖师道：“悟空是成了未曾？”
At that time, I learned the formula and practiced it on my own, and I learned all 72 transformations. Suddenly one day, the patriarch and his disciples were playing in the evening scene in front of Sanqing Cave. The patriarch said, Wukong, has it been done yet?
“悟空道：“多蒙师父海恩，弟子功果完备，已能暇举飞升也。”祖师道：“你是非举我看。”悟空弄本事，将身一耸，打了个连扯跟头。
Wukong said, Thanks to Master Hain's grace, my disciple has perfected his merits and has been able to fly to the Xiaju. The patriarch said, You can try the Xiaju and let me see. Wukong used his skills, shrugged his body, and performed somersaults.
跳离地有5、6丈，踏云霞去沟有顿饭功夫，反复不上3里远近，落在面前，插手道：“师傅，这就是飞举腾云了。”祖师笑道
He jumped 5 or 6 feet off the ground and stepped on the clouds to hook up. After a meal, he couldn't come back 3 miles away and landed in front of him. He crossed his hands and said, "Master, this is flying up to the clouds." The patriarch smiled and said,
这个算不得腾云，只算得爬云而已。自古道，神仙招游北海木苍梧，似你这半日去不上3里，即爬云也还算不得里。悟空道
This doesn't count as soaring into the clouds, it just counts as climbing on the clouds. Since ancient times, there has been a saying, the immortals travel to the North Sea at dusk and Kangwu. It seems that you can't go 3 miles in half a day, so even climbing on the clouds is still not considered. Wukong said,
怎么未招游北海木苍梧？祖师道：凡腾云之辈，早晨起自北海，游过东海、西海、南海，复转苍梧。
Why is it called Chao Yuan Yu Beihai Dui Kangwu? The patriarch said, all those who rise from the North Sea in the early morning, swim through the East China Sea, the West Sea, the South China Sea, and then return to Kangwu.
"苍梧者却是北海灵灵之羽化，也将4海之外1日都游遍，方算的腾云。悟空道：这个却难，却难。祖师道：世上无难事。
Kangwu, however, is like Lingling, Beihai. He will travel all over the 4 seas in 1 day before he can reach the sky. Wukong said, this is difficult. But it's difficult. The patriarch said, nothing is difficult in the world.
只怕有心人。悟空闻得此言，叩头礼拜，祈道：师父，为人须为彻，索性舍个大慈悲，将此腾云之法一发传于我罢。
I'm afraid that a caring person, Wukong, would hear these words, kowtow, and say, Master, a human being must be thorough. So just give up your great compassion and teach me the method of soaring into the clouds.
绝不敢忘恩。祖师道：凡诸仙腾云，皆跌足而起，你却不是这般。我才见你去，连扯方才跳上。我今只救你这个事。
The patriarch, who never dared to forget his gratitude, said, all the immortals fall and rise, but you are not like this. I just saw you go, and I jumped up after a while. I only use your momentum now.
传你个筋斗云！罢，悟空又礼拜恳求，祖师却又传个口诀道：这朵云 捻着诀，念动真言，攥紧了拳，对身一抖，跳将起来。
After giving you a somersault cloud, Wukong bowed and begged again. But the patriarch passed on another formula. This cloud, twist the formula, recite the mantra, tighten your fists, shake your body, and jump up.
一筋斗就有108000里路里，大众听说，一个个嘻嘻笑道：“悟空造化！若会这个法儿，与人家当铺兵，送文书，递报单。”
One somersault can cover 180,000 miles. When the crowd heard about it, they all laughed and said, Wukong's creation. If you know this method, you can work with other people's pawn shop soldiers, deliver documents, and submit declarations.
不管那里都寻了饭吃师徒们，天昏个归洞府。这一夜，悟空集运神炼法，会了筋斗云。逐日家无拘无束，自在逍遥，此意长生之美。一日，
No matter where they found food, the master and apprentices returned to their caves at dusk. That night, Wukong practiced his magic skills and mastered somersault clouds. Zhuri's home is free and carefree, which is the beauty of eternal life. One day,
春归夏至，大众都在松树下会讲多时。大众曰：“悟空，你是那时修来的缘法。前日师父伏耳低言，传于你的躲三灾变化之法。”
From spring to summer, everyone would talk for a long time under the pine trees. The crowd said, Wukong, are you the predestined Dharma you cultivated in that life? The day before yesterday, the Master whispered to you the method of avoiding the 3 disasters and changes.
可都会吗？悟空笑道：“不瞒诸兄长说，一则是师父传授，二来也是我昼夜殷勤，那几班都会了。”大众道：“趁此良时，你是言也。”
But do you know how to do it? Wukong smiled and said, To be honest with you brothers, on the one hand, it was taught by my master, and on the other hand, I work diligently day and night, so you can do all those things. The crowd said, Take advantage of this good time to try out the performance.
让我等看看悟空闻说，抖擞精神，卖弄手段道：“众师兄请出个题目，要我变化什么？”大众道：“就变棵松树吧。”悟空捻着诀
Let's wait and see. When Wukong heard this, he perked up his energy and showed off his tricks. Brothers, please come up with a question. What do you want me to change? The crowd said, Just change into a pine tree. Wukong twisted his skills and said,
念动咒语，摇身一变， 就变作一棵松树。真个是玉含烟贯四时，凌云直上绣真姿。全无一点妖猴相，尽是经霜耐雪枝。大众见了，
Chant the mantra and transform into a pine tree. The real thing is, the gloomy smoke spreads throughout the 4 seasons, and the lofty clouds go straight up to show off their virginity. There is no demonic monkey at all, just frost-resistant and snow-resistant branches. Everyone has seen it.
鼓掌呀，大笑都道：“好好，好好！”不觉的嚷闹惊动了祖师。祖师急拽杖出门来问道：“是何人在此喧哗？”大众闻乎，
They clapped and laughed and said, "What a monkey! What a monkey!" They were shouting without realizing it, which alarmed the founder. The patriarch hurriedly pulled his staff and went out and asked, "Who is making such noise here?" When the crowd heard this,
慌忙减数整衣向前。悟空也现了本相，砸在丛中道：“启上尊师，我等在此会讲，更无外姓喧哗。”祖师怒喝道：“你等大呼小叫！”
he hurriedly checked his clothes and moved forward. Wukong also showed his true form and mingled in the crowd and said, "Master Chi, we are here to speak, and there will be no more noise." The patriarch shouted angrily, "You are yelling and screaming."
全不像个修行的体断修行的人，口开神气散，舌动是非声，如何在此嚷笑？大众道：“不敢瞒师父，是才孙悟空演变化耍子。”
It is completely different from a person who practices body practice. His mouth is open and his energy is scattered, and his tongue is moving and right and wrong arise. How can I laugh here? The crowd said, "I dare not hide it from Master." Just now, Sun Wukong performed a magic trick.
叫他变棵松树，果然是棵松树。弟子们俱称扬喝彩，故高声惊冒尊师，忘起恕罪。祖师道：“你等起去，叫悟空过来。”
Teach him to transform into a pine tree, and it turns out to be a pine tree. The disciples all praised and applauded him, so they raised their voices to frighten the master, hoping to beg for forgiveness. The patriarch said, "Get up and wait." Teach him to transform into a pine tree, and it turns out to be a pine tree. The disciples all praised and applauded him, so they raised their voices to frighten the master, hoping to beg for forgiveness. The patriarch said, "Get up and wait." Call, Wukong, come here.
我问你，弄什么精神变什么松树？这个功夫可好在人前卖弄？假如你见别人有， 不要求他。别人见你有，必然求你。你若未获，
I asked you what spirit you used to change into a pine tree. Is this a good time to show off in front of others? If you see someone else has it, don't ask him. When others see that you have it, they will definitely ask you for it. If you are afraid of disaster, I asked you what spirit you used to change into a pine tree. Is this a good time to show off in front of others? If you see someone else has it, don't ask him. When others see that you have it, they will definitely ask you for it. If you are afraid of disaster,
却要传他，若不传他，必然加害。你知性命又不可保。悟空叩道：“指望师傅恕罪。”祖师道：“我也不罪你，但只是你去吧。”
But if you don't tell him, you will be harmed. Your life is not guaranteed. Wukong kowtowed. I just hope Master will forgive me. The patriarch said, I don't blame you either, but just go ahead.
Wu空闻此言，满眼堕泪道：“师傅教我往那里去。”祖师道：“你从那里来，便从那里去就是了。”悟空顿然醒悟道。
When Wukong heard this, his eyes filled with tears and he said, Master, where do you teach me to go? The patriarch said, Wherever you come from, just go there. Wukong suddenly woke up and said, "
我自东胜神州傲来国花果山水帘洞来的祖师道，你快回去，全你性命，若在此间，断然不可。”悟空领罪，上告尊师。
My ancestor who came from Dongxing Shenzhou Aolai Guoguashan Water Curtain Cave said, Go back quickly, risk your life. If you are here, you can't do it. Wukong accepted the crime and appealed to the respected master.
"我也离家有20年矣，虽是回顾旧日儿孙，但念师傅厚恩未报，不敢去。”祖师道：“那里什么恩义？你只是不惹祸不牵带我就罢了。”
I have also been away from home for 20 years. Although I am looking back on my children and grandchildren in the past, I do not dare to go because I remember that Master has not repaid his kindness. The patriarch said, What kind of kindness is there? You just don't cause trouble and don't involve me.
"悟空见没奈何，只得拜辞，与众相别。”祖师道：“你这去，定生不良。凭你怎么惹祸行凶，却不许说是我的徒弟。你说出半个字来。”
Seeing that he had no choice but to say goodbye, Wukong said goodbye to everyone. The patriarch said, If you go here, you will be destined to be a bad person. No matter how much you cause trouble and commit crimes, you are not allowed to say that you are my disciple. If you say even half a word,
我就直直把你这猢狲剥皮挫骨，将神魂贬在九幽之处，叫你万劫不得翻身。悟空道：绝不敢提起师父一字。
I will peel off the skin and file the bones of you, Ahosen, and banish your soul to a secluded place, teaching you that you will never be able to stand up again. Wukong said, I will never dare to mention the word master.
只说是我自家会的，便把悟空谢了。即抽身，捻着诀，丢个连扯，纵起筋斗云，径回东海。那里消一个时辰，早看见花果山水帘洞。
Just say that I know how to do it, Wukong thanks. Then he pulled away, twisted the formula, threw a few twists and turns, jumped up into a somersault cloud, and headed back to the East China Sea. After spending an hour there, I could already see the water curtain cave in Huagua Mountain.
美猴王自知快乐，暗暗地自称道：去时凡骨凡胎重，得到身轻体亦轻。举世无人肯立志，立志修玄玄自明。当时过海波难见。
Knowing that he was happy, the Monkey King secretly said to himself, When I passed away, my mortal bones were heavy, but my body was light when I attained the Tao. No one in the world was willing to make the determination to practice Xian and self-understanding. At that time, it was difficult to cross the waves.
今日来回甚行别语叮咛还在耳，何期请客见东明。悟空按下云头，直至花果山，找路而走，忽听得鹤唳猿啼，鹤唳声冲霄汉外。
It's very easy to go back and forth today. I still hear the warnings. How can I see Dongming soon? Wukong pressed the cloud head and reached Huagua Mountain. As he found the way, he suddenly heard the cry of cranes and apes, and the sound of cranes soared into the sky.
猿啼悲切甚伤情，即开口叫道：“孩儿们，我来了也！”那崖下石坎边，花草中，树木里，若大若小之猴跳出千千万万。
The ape cried out in grief, and then shouted, Children, I'm coming. At the foot of the cliff, beside the rock ridge, among the flowers, grass, and trees, thousands of monkeys, big and small, jumped out.
把个美猴王围在当中，叩头叫道：“大王，你好宽些，怎么一去许久？把我们聚闪在这里，望你诚如饥渴。近来被一妖魔在此欺虐。”
Surrounded by the Monkey King, he kowtowed and shouted, Your Majesty, you are so relieved. Why did it take you so long? We are all hiding here. I hope you are as hungry as you are. Recently, you were bullied by a demon here.
强要占我们水帘洞府，使我等舍死忘生，与他争斗。这些时，贝纳斯抢了我们家伙，捉了许多子侄，教我们昼夜无眠，看守家业。
He wanted to occupy our Shwilliandong mansion, so we risked our lives and fought with him. At this time, the guy robbed our house, captured many of our nephews, and taught us to stay awake day and night to guard our family property.
幸得大王来了，大王若再年再不来，我等连山洞尽属他人矣。悟空闻说，心中大怒道：“是什么妖魔？敢无状！”
Fortunately, the king is here. If the king fails to come again, our entire cave will belong to others. When Wukong heard this, he was furious and said in his heart, "What kind of monster is this? It dares to be shapeless."
你且细细说来，待我寻他报仇。众猴叩头，告上大王，那厮自称混世魔王，驻居在直北下。悟空道：“此间到他那里。”
Please tell me in detail and wait for me to seek revenge on him. All the monkeys kowtowed. I'll tell you, your majesty, that guy calls himself the Demon King of Hunshur and lives in Xibexia. Wukong said, "Go to him from here."
有多少路程？众猴道：“他来时云，去时雾，或风或雨，或电或雷，我等不知有多少路。”悟空道：“既如此，你们休怕，且自玩耍。”
How many miles is there? The monkeys said, "He comes with clouds and leaves with fog, wind or rain, lightning or thunder. We don't know how many miles there are." Wukong said, "In that case, don't be afraid, just play around."
等我寻他去来，好猴王将身一纵，跳起去，一路筋斗，直至北下观看，见一座高山，真是十分险峻。好山，笔锋挺立，曲涧深沉。
When I look for him, the good Monkey King jumps up, and somersaults all the way until he looks north and sees a high mountain, which is really steep. A good mountain, its peaks are upright and its ravines are deep.
笔锋挺立透空，削曲涧深，沉通地户。两崖花木争奇，几处松黄斗翠。左边龙，熟训训；右边虎，平伏伏。每见铁牛耕，常有金钱重。
The Pen Peak stands upright and penetrates the sky. The winding stream is deep and connects to the ground. The flowers and trees on the two cliffs compete with each other, and pines and bamboos compete with green in several places. The dragon on the left is mature and tame, the tiger on the right is lying flat. Every time you see an iron ox plowing, money is often sown.
幽禽现缓三吼昂，婉转的鸟鸣声，声丹凤朝阳立。石林林，波静静，古怪敲息真恶宁。世上名山无数多。
The secluded birds are singing, and the red phoenix stands facing the sun. The stone is phosphorus, the waves are pure, and the strange things are really evil and ferocious. There are countless famous mountains in the world.
花开花谢繁环众争，如此景永长存，八节40魂不动，成为三界佛教术语，指众生轮回的欲界、色界和无色界。坎源山。
The flowers are blooming and fading, but everyone is still contending that this scene will last forever, and it will not move in the 8 festivals and 4 seasons. Cheng is the 3 realms, Buddhist terminology. Refers to the desire realm, color realm and colorless realm of reincarnation of all living beings. Canyuan Mountain.
滋养5行水藏洞美猴王正默看景致，只听得有人言语。径自下山寻觅，原来那陡崖之前乃是那水藏洞，洞门外有几个小妖跳舞。
The Monkey King in the dirty cave that nourishes the 5 elements is silently looking at the scenery, only hearing someone's words. I went straight down the mountain to look for it, and it turned out that in front of the steep cliff was the dirty water cave. There are several little demons dancing outside the cave door.
见了悟空就走悟空道，休遭！借你口中言，传我心内事。我乃正南方花果山水帘洞洞主，你家什么混世鸟魔，屡次欺我儿孙。
When he saw Wukong, he left. Wukong said, "Don't go. I can use your words to tell me what's in my heart. I am the master of the water curtain cave in the Huagua Mountain in the south. What kind of bird demon in your family has bullied my children and grandchildren many times?"
我特寻来，要与他见个上下。那小妖听说，急忙跑入洞里，报道：“大王，祸事了。”魔王道：“有甚祸事？”小妖道：
I came here especially to meet him. When the little demon heard about it, he hurriedly ran into the cave and reported, "Your Majesty. What a disaster!" The Demon King said, "What trouble is going on?" The little demon said,
"洞外有猴头称为花果山水帘洞洞主，他说你屡次欺他儿孙，特来寻你，见个上下礼。”魔王笑道：“我常闻的那些猴精说他有个大王。”
There is a monkey outside the cave called the Cave Master of Water Curtain Cave in Huagua Mountain. He said that you bullied his children and grandchildren many times and came here to find you. The demon king laughed and said, I often hear those monkey spirits say that he has a great king.
出家修行去想，是金幡来了。你们见他怎生打扮，有甚器械？小妖道：他也没什么器械，光着个头，穿一领红色衣，勒一条黄绦。
I want to become a monk and practice Buddhism now. How do you see him dressed up and what equipment does he have? The little demon said, He doesn't have any equipment. He is naked, wearing a red collar and a yellow sash.
足下踏一对乌靴，不僧不俗，又不像道士神仙，赤手空拳在门外叫里。魔王闻说，取我披挂兵器来。那小妖及时取出。
Wearing a pair of black boots is not like a monk or an ordinary person, nor is it like a Taoist priest or immortal, shouting outside the door with his bare hands. The demon king heard this and said, Bring me the weapons. The little demon took it out immediately.
那魔王穿了甲胄，绰刀在手，与众妖出的门来，即高声叫道：“那个是水帘洞洞主！”悟空即睁睛观看，只见那魔王头戴乌金盔。
The demon king, wearing armor and carrying a sword in hand, came out with the demons and shouted loudly, Is that the master of the water curtain cave? Wukong opened his eyes anxiously and saw the demon king, wearing a black gold helmet. 映日光明，身挂皂罗袍，迎风飘荡，下穿着黑铁甲，紧勒皮条，足踏着花褶靴，雄如上将，腰广10围，身高3丈，手执一口刀。The sun shines brightly on the body, and the soap robe is hanging on the body, floating in the wind. He was wearing black iron armor and a tight leather belt. He was wearing flower-pleated boots, and he looked as majestic as a general. His waist is 10 feet wide, his height is 3 feet, and he holds a knife in his hand. 锋刃多明亮，称为混世魔，磊落凶模样。猴王喝道：“这泼魔这般眼大，看不见老孙。”魔王见了，笑道：“你身不满4尺。” The sharp blade is so bright that it is called a demon, and it looks upright and fierce. The Monkey King shouted, This demon is so big-eyed that he cannot see old sun. When the demon king saw it, he laughed and said, You are less than 4 feet tall. 年不过3旬，手内又无兵器，怎么大胆猖狂？要寻我剑，什么上下？悟空骂道：“你这泼魔，原来没眼！你量我小，要大却也不难。” You're only 30 years old and you don't have any weapons. How can you be so bold and arrogant? Why do you want to see me? Wukong cursed, You devil, it turns out you have no eyes. You think I am small, but it is not difficult to be big.
你量我无兵器，我2只手勾着天边月里。你不要怕，只吃老孙一拳，纵一纵，跳上去，劈脸就打。那魔王伸手架住道：“你这般矬矮。”
You have no weapons to measure me, but my 2 hands are reaching for the moon in the sky. Don't be afraid, just take 1 punch from Lao's son. He jumped up and hit him in the face. The devil stretched out his hand to hold him back and said, You are so short and stout.
我这般高长，你要使拳，我要使刀，使刀就杀了你，也吃人笑。待我放下刀，与你使路全看。悟空道：“说的是，好汉子，奏来。”
I'm so tall and you want to use your fists, and I want to use my sword, and I'll kill you with my sword, and make people laugh. When I put down my sword, I'll show you how to use my sword. Wukong said, That's right. What a man. Come on.
那魔王丢开架子，便打着悟空钻进去，相撞相迎。他2个拳捶脚踢，一冲一撞。原来长拳空大，短促监牢。那魔王被悟空掏短肋，撞了裆。
The Demon King put aside his pretensions and pushed Wukong in, colliding with each other and greeting him. He punched, kicked and punched. It turns out that the long fist is empty and big, while the short fist is strong and strong. The Demon King was poked in the ribs by Wukong and hit in the crotch.
几下金节把他打中了。他闪过，拿起那板大的钢刀，往悟空劈头就砍。悟空急撤身，他砍了一个空。悟空见他凶猛，即使身外身法。
A few blows to the tendons hit him hard. He dodged, picked up the big steel knife, and looked at Wukong to chop him on the head. Wukong quickly retreated, and he slashed an empty hole. When Wukong saw how ferocious he was, he even used his physical skills too.
把一把毫毛丢在口中嚼碎，往空中喷去，叫一声变，即变作300-200个小猴，周围攒足。原来人得仙体，出神变化，无方不知。
Pull a handful of vellus hairs, throw them in your mouth, chew them, look into the air and spray them, shout, change, and they will transform into 300 to 200 little monkeys, clustered around them. It turns out that when a person obtains an immortal body, he undergoes ecstasy changes and knows no way around it.
这猴王自从了道之后， 身上有84000毛羽，根根能变，鹦鹉随心。那些小猴眼观会跳，刀来砍不着，枪去不能伤。你看他前勇后跃。
Since this Monkey King became a Taoist, he has 84,000 hairy feathers on his body. His roots can change and he can respond to things as he pleases. Those little monkeys have twitching eyes. They can't be cut with knives and can't be hurt by guns. You see him jumping forward and backward.
"钻上去，把魔王围绕，抱的抱，扯的扯，钻裆的钻裆，扳脚的扳脚，踢打弦毛，抠眼睛，捻鼻子，抬鼓弄，直打做一个攒盘。"
Go up and surround the devil, hugging him, pulling him, drilling his crotch, wrenching his feet, kicking his hair, gouging his eyes, twisting his nose, lifting his drum, until he made a platter.
周悟空才去夺得他的刀，来分开小猴，照顶门一下，砍为2段，领众杀进洞中，将那大小妖精尽皆剿灭，却把毫毛一抖，收上身来。
Only then did Wukong grab his knife to separate the little monkey, and cut it into 2 pieces with a strike on the top of the door. Lead the crowd into the cave and wipe out all the monsters, big and small. But he shook off his hair and pulled himself up.
又见那收不上身者，却是那魔王在水帘洞中擒去的小猴。悟空道：“汝等何谓到此？”约有30-50个，都含泪道。
Seeing that the one who couldn't close his upper body was the little monkey captured by the Demon King in the Water Curtain Cave, Wukong said, "Why are you here?" There were about 30 or 50 of them. All of them said with tears in their eyes.
我等因大王修仙去后，这2年被他争吵，把我们都射将来，那不是我们洞中的家伙，石盘、石碗都被这厮拿来也。悟空道：
We have been quarreling with the king in the past 2 years since he left to cultivate immortality. He took us all into the future. Isn't that the family fire in our cave? The stone basins and bowls were all taken by this guy. Wukong said.
既是我们的家伙，你们都搬出外去。随即洞里放起火来，把那水脏洞烧得枯干，尽归了一体。对众道：“汝等跟我回去。”众猴道：
Since it's our home fire, you all move out. Then a fire was set in the cave, burning the watery hole dry and burning it all together. He said to the crowd, "You guys come back with me." The monkeys said.
大王我们来时，只听得耳边风声，须飘飘到于此地，更不识路径， 今怎得回乡？悟空道：这是他弄的个术法，有何难也？
Your Majesty, when we came, we only heard the sound of wind in our ears. We arrived here in vain, and we didn't know the path. How can we return home now? Wukong said, This is a magic trick he made, so why is it so difficult?
我如今一窍通百窍通，我也会弄。你们都合了眼，休怕！好猴王念声咒语，驾阵狂风，云头落下，叫孩儿们睁眼。
Now I know everything, and I can do it. You all have closed your eyes, so don't be afraid. The good Monkey King chanted a mantra, rode a strong wind, and the clouds fell. He called out, Children, open your eyes.
众猴搅喜实地认的是家乡，个个欢喜，都奔洞门救路。那在洞众猴都一齐簇拥同入，分班尺序，礼拜猴王，安排酒果，接风贺喜。
All the monkeys recognized their hometown. They were all happy and ran towards the old cave gate. All the monkeys in the cave gathered together and entered in groups, worshipping the Monkey King. Arrange wine and fruits to welcome the wind and congratulate you.
启问降魔救子之事，悟空被戏言了一遍。众猴称扬不尽道：“大王去到那方，不易学得这般手段。”悟空又道：“我当年别如等。”
When Chi asked about subduing the devil and rescuing his son, Wukong Bey explained it in detail. The monkeys praised him endlessly and said, when the king went there, he didn't expect to learn such a method. Wukong said again, I didn't care about you back then.
随波逐流，飘过东洋大海，径至南赡部洲，学成人相，折此衣，穿此履，摆摆摇摇，云游8、9年余，更不曾有到，又渡西洋大海。
Drifting with the current across the eastern sea, he arrived at Nanfanbuzu, where he learned to be a human figure, wore these clothes and shoes, swayed, and wandered for more than 89 years, never knowing a way. He also crossed the Western Sea.
到犀牛贺州地界访问多时，幸遇一老祖，传了我与天同寿的真功果、不死长生的大法门。众猴称贺，都道万劫难逢也。
I visited Hezhou in Xinyo for a long time, and I was lucky enough to meet an ancestor who taught me the true power of living as long as the heavens, and the great method of immortality and immortality. All the monkeys congratulated. They all said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event.
悟空又笑道：“小的们， 又喜我这一门皆有姓氏。众侯道：大王何姓？悟空道：我今姓孙，法名悟空。众侯闻说。
Wukong smiled again and said, Young men, I am glad that everyone in my family has a surname. The monkeys asked, What's your surname, great king? Wukong said, My current surname is Sun, and my Dharma name is Wukong. The monkeys heard this and said,
"鼓掌欣然道：大王是老孙，我们都是二孙、三孙、细孙、小孙、一家孙、一国孙、一窝孙矣，都来奉承老孙大盆小碗的椰子酒。"
They applauded and said, Your Majesty is the old grandson. We are all the second grandson, the third grandson, the younger grandson, the younger grandson, the grandsons of the same family, the grandsons of a country, and the grandsons of a nest. Everyone came to flatter the old grandson, with big basins and small bowls. Coconut wine.
"葡萄酒鲜花鲜果，真个是阖家欢乐。一贯通一姓深归本，只待容谦先碌碌名。毕竟不知怎生结果，居此界终始如何。"
Wine fairy flowers and fairy fruits are really a family fun. Ha! After realizing the surname, he returned to his roots, waiting to be moved to immortality, and recorded his name. After all, I don't know how to produce results. How will living in this world end?
且听下回分解第3回：四海千山皆拱伏，九幽十类尽除名。却说美猴王荣归故里，自剿了混世魔王，夺了一口大刀，逐日操演武艺。
Let's listen to the analysis of the 3rd chapter in the next chapter. Thousands of mountains in the 4 seas are arched, and the 9 secluded places and 10 categories are all eliminated. But it is said that the Monkey King returned to his hometown, killed the devil incarnate, and took a big sword. Perform martial arts every day.
"教小猴砍竹为镖，削木为刀，制旗幡，幡打哨子，一进一退，安营下寨，玩耍多时。忽然静坐处，思想道：我等在此。
Taught the little monkey to chop bamboo as a standard and wood as a knife, manage flags and streamers, play a whistle, advance and retreat, set up camp in the village, and play for a long time. Suddenly he was sitting quietly and thought, I'm waiting here. "恐作耍成真，或惊动人亡，或有秦王、寿王认此犯头，侵犯的由头，说我们操兵造反，兴师来相杀，汝等都是竹竿木刀。 I'm afraid that if the trick comes true and the king of humans is alarmed, or the king of birds or beasts recognizes this offense, the reason for the invasion, They say that we are rebelling and raise an army to kill each other. You are all using bamboo poles and wooden swords.
如何对敌，须得锋利剑戟方可。如今奈何？众侯闻说，个个惊恐道：“大王所见甚长，只是无处可取。”正说间，转上4个老侯。
How to fight the enemy requires a sharp sword and halberd. What to do now? When all the monkeys heard this, they all said in horror, "The king has seen a lot, but there is nowhere to go." While he was talking, 4 old monkeys came up.
2个是赤尻尻马猴，2个是通背猿猴，走在面前道：“大王，若要制锋利器械，甚是容易。”悟空道：“怎见容易？”4猴道
：“2 were red-hatted horse monkeys, and 2 were straight-backed apes. They walked in front of them and said, 'Your Majesty, if you want to cure sharp instruments, it's very easy.' Wukong said, 'How can it be easy?' The 4 monkeys said,
我们这山向东去，有200里水面，那乡乃傲来国界。那国界中有一王位，满城中军民无数，必有金银铜铁等将座。大王若去那里，
Going eastward from our mountain, there are 200 miles of water. On the other side is the border of Aolai. There is a throne in that border. There are countless soldiers and civilians in the city. There must be gold, silver, copper, and iron craftsmen. If the king goes there,
或买或造些兵器，交掩我等，守护山场，诚所谓保泰长久之基也。悟空闻说，满心欢喜道：“汝等在此玩耍，带我去来。”好猴王
buy or make some weapons to teach us how to protect the mountain. This is the so-called opportunity to maintain peace for a long time. When Wukong heard this, he was filled with joy and said, "You just play here and wait for me to come." Good Monkey King, buy or make some weapons to teach us how to protect the mountain. This is the so-called opportunity to maintain peace for a long time. When Wukong heard this, he was filled with joy and said, "You just play here and wait for me to come." Good Monkey King.
急纵筋斗云，霎时间过了200里水面。果然，那乡有座城池，6街3市，万户千门，来来往往，人都在光天化日之下。悟空心中想到
The clouds flew rapidly and crossed 200 miles of water in an instant. Sure enough, there is a city over there, with 6 streets and 3 markets, thousands of households and thousands of doors, people coming and going, all in broad daylight. Wukong thought in his heart,
这里定有现成的兵器，我待下去买他几件，还不如使个神通觅他几件倒好。他就捻起诀来，念动咒语，向巽地上吸一口气。
There must be ready-made weapons here. I'll go down and buy a few of them. It would be better to use my magical power to find a few of them. He twisted the formula, recited the incantation. There must be ready-made weapons here. I'll go down and buy a few of them. It would be better to use my magical power to find a few of them. He twisted the formula, recited the incantation, and took a breath on the Sunda ground.
忽地吹将去，便是一阵风，飞沙走石，好惊人也。炮云起处荡乾坤，黑雾阴霾，天气阴晦，昏暗。买，大地昏。
As soon as it blew away, there was a gust of wind, flying sand and rocks, which was amazing. The clouds of gunfire are everywhere, and the earth is dark with black fog and haze. The weather is gloomy and dim. Haze, my.
江海波翻鱼蟹，怕山林树折虎狼奔。诸般买卖无商旅，各样生涯不见人。殿上君王归内院，阶前文武转衙门。千秋宝座都吹倒。
The waves in the river and the sea are turning, and the fish and crabs are afraid of the mountains and trees breaking, and the tigers and wolves are running away. There are no business travelers for all kinds of business, and no people for all kinds of life. The king in the palace returns to the inner courtyard, and the civil and military officials in front of the steps return to the yamen. All the thrones of the ages are blown down.
五凤高楼晃动，跟风起处，惊散了那傲来国君王。三街六市都慌得关门闭户，无人敢走。悟空才按下云头，竟闯入朝门里。
The 5 Phoenix high-rise building shook the place where the wind was blowing, frightening the king of the proud country away. The 3 streets and 6 cities were so panicked that they closed their doors and no one dared to leave. Wukong pressed the cloud head and broke into the court gate.
直寻到兵器馆武库中，打开门扇，看时，那里面无数器械，刀、枪、剑、戟、斧、钺、矛、镰、鞭、把、倭、锏、弓、弩。
I went straight to the arsenal of the weapons hall, opened the door, and took a look. There were countless weapons there, knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hares, sickles, whips, palladiums, lows, bamboo slips, bows, crossbows, etc.
插矛件件具备。一件甚喜道：我一人能拿几何？还使个分身法，搬将去罢。好猴王即拔一把毫毛， 入口嚼烂，喷浆出去。
Forks and spears, everything is ready. When he saw it, he was very happy and said, "How much can I take by myself? I'll just use a clone to carry it away." The good Monkey King immediately pulled out a handful of vellus hairs, chewed it in the mouth, and sprayed it out.
念动咒语叫声，变作千百个小猴，都乱搬乱抢，有力的拿5、7件，力小的拿3、2件，尽数搬个净，净踏云头。
Reciting a mantra and shouting, "Change!" It turned into thousands of little monkeys, all moving and grabbing randomly. The strong ones took 5 or 7 items, the weak ones took 3 or 2 items, and moved them all. Walking on the clouds.
弄个设法换转狂风，带领小猴聚回本处。却说那花果山大小猴正在那洞门外玩耍，忽听得风声响处，见半空中呀呀叉叉。
Use a photography method to turn away the strong wind and lead the monkeys back to their original place. But he said that the big and small monkeys in Huagua Mountain were playing outside the cave door. Suddenly they heard the sound of wind and saw yak and yak in the air.
无边无岸的猴精唬得都乱跑乱躲。少时，美猴王按落云头，收了云雾，将身一抖，收了毫毛。 将兵器乱堆在山前，叫道：“小的们！”
The boundless monkey spirits were so frightening that they were all running and hiding. When he was young, the Monkey King lowered his head on the clouds, collected the clouds and mist, shook his body, collected his hair, piled the weapons in front of the mountain, and shouted, "Young men!"
都来领兵器众猴看时，只见悟空独立在平阳之地，俱跑来叩头问故。悟空将前使狂风，搬兵器，一应是说了一遍。众猴称谢毕。
When they all came to get their weapons and the monkeys looked at him, they saw Wukong alone in the land of Pingyang. They all came to kowtow and ask why. Wukong moved forward to use the strong wind, move weapons, and said everything in response. All the monkeys thanked them.
都去抢刀夺剑，抓斧争枪，扯弓搬弩，吆吆喝喝耍了一日。次日依旧排营，悟空会聚群猴，计有47000余口，早惊动满山怪兽。
They all went to grab knives, swords, axes and spears, pull bows and crossbows, shout and drink, and played for a whole day. The next day, the camp was still arranged. Wukong gathered a group of monkeys, totaling more than 47,000. Already alarmed the mountains full of monsters.
都是些狼虫、虎、豹、鸡、獐、狐、狸、獾、貘、狮、象、狻猊、猞猁，传说中的一种猛兽，猩猩、熊、鹿。
They are all wolves, tigers, leopards, muntjac, deer, foxes, raccoons, badgers, raccoon dogs, lions, elephants, swani, a legendary beast, orangutans, bears, deer.
野史山牛、羚羊、青鸷、鸷，古代犀牛类兽名，角耳、神獒、獒，各样妖王，共有72洞，都来参拜猴王为尊。
Wild hogs, antelopes, chinxi, the name of ancient rhinoceros animals, cunning children, divine mastiffs, various demon kings, with a total of 72 caves, all come to pay homage to the Monkey King.
每年献供40点卯，就是官厅在卯时查点到班人员，称为点卯。卯也有随班操演的，也有随节征粮的，齐齐整整。
Every year, tributes are made at 4 o'clock at Dianmao. In the old days, the government office counted those who were on duty at Mao time, which was called Dianmao. Mao. Some people performed with the class, and some collected food according to the festival. They were neatly organized.
把一座花果山造得似铁桶金城，各路妖王，又有进金鼓、进彩旗、进盔甲的，纷纷攘攘，日逐家习武兴师。美猴王正喜间，忽对众说道：
A mountain of flowers and fruits was built to look like an iron barrel. Demon kings from all walks of the Golden City were decorated with golden drums, colorful flags, and armors. They were all hustle and bustle, and they were practicing dances one after another. The Monkey King was in the midst of joy and suddenly said to everyone,
汝等弓弩熟谙，兵器精通，奈我这口刀着实狼康，不遂我意，奈何？四老侯上前启奏道：“大王乃是先圣，凡兵是不堪用。”
You are familiar with bows and crossbows and are proficient in weapons, but my sword is really clumsy and does not work as I want. What can I do? The 4 old monkeys stepped forward and said, The king is an immortal sage, and ordinary soldiers cannot use it.
但不知大王水里可能去的悟空道：“我自闻道之后，有72般地煞变化之功。筋斗云有莫大的神通，善能隐身遁身，起法设法。”
But I don't know if I could go to the great king's water and find Wukong, who said, Since I heard the Tao, I have gained 72 transformations of earth evil spirits. I have great supernatural powers with somersault clouds. I am good at being invisible and escaping, and I can use magic to capture magic.
上天有路，入地有门，不日月无影，入金石无碍，水不能逆，火不能焚，那些儿去不得。四侯道：大王既有此神通。
There is a way from heaven to the earth and a door. The sun and moon cannot shadow you when you step. You can enter gold and stone without hindrance. Water cannot drown you, and fire cannot burn you. Can't those children go? The 4 monkeys said, since the king has this magical power.
我们这铁板桥下水通东海龙宫，大王若肯下去，寻着老龙王，问他要件什么兵器，却不称心。悟空闻言甚喜道：等我去来。
The water under our iron bridge leads to the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. If your Majesty is willing to go down, look for the old Dragon King, and ask him what weapons he wants, but you won't take advantage of him? Ryukong was very happy when he heard this and said, Wait for me to come.
好猴王跳至桥头，使一个避水法，捻着诀，扑地钻入波中，分开水路，进入东洋海底。正行间，忽见一个巡海的夜叉，挡住问道：
The good Monkey King jumped to the end of the bridge, performed a water-closing technique, twisted his hand, and dived into the waves, parting the waterway and entering the ocean floor of the east. While walking, I suddenly saw a Yiksha patrolling the sea, stopped me and asked,
那推水来的是何神圣？说个明白，好通报迎接。悟空道：吾乃花果山天生圣人孙悟空，是你老龙王的紧邻，为何不识？
Who is that person who is pushing the water? Tell me clearly so that you can greet me. Ryukong said, I am Sun Ryukong, the born saint of Huagua Mountain. I am the close neighbor of your old Dragon King. Why don't you recognize me?
那夜叉听说急转水晶宫传报道：大王，外面有个花果山天生圣人孙悟空，口称是大王紧邻，将到宫也。东海龙王敖广急忙起身。
When Nyaksha heard about it, he rushed to the Crystal Palace to report, Your Majesty, there is a born saint from Huagua Mountain, Sun Ryukong, outside. He claims that he is close to your Majesty and is about to arrive at the palace. Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East China Sea, immediately stood up and said,
与龙子龙孙虾兵谢将出宫迎道，上仙请进，请进。直至宫里相见，上座献茶毕，问道：上仙几时得道，授何仙术？
Along with the dragon's son, the shrimp soldiers, and the crab generals, they came out of the palace to greet them. Sir, please come in, please come in. When they met in the palace, they sat down and offered tea, then asked, when did the sage attain enlightenment, and to what immortal was he taught? Technique?
悟空道：我自生身之后，出家修行，得一个无生无灭之体。今因娇衍儿孙，守护山洞，奈何没见兵器，久闻贤邻享乐摇弓背却。
Wukong said, after I was born, I became a monk and cultivated, and obtained a body that has no birth and no death. I taught my children and grandchildren to guard the cave, but I didn't have any weapons. I have heard for a long time that my virtuous neighbors were enjoying themselves in the palace of Yao.
必有多余神器，特来告求一件。龙王见说，不好推辞，急着贵都司取出一把大汉刀奉上。悟空道：老孙不会使刀，岂另赐一件？
There must be more than one artifact coming to ask for one. The Dragon King saw that he could not refuse, so he took out a large sword and offered it to him. Wukong said, Old son doesn't know how to use a sword, so I beg for another one.
龙王又着八大卫领善立誓，抬出一汉九股叉来。悟空跳下来，接在手中，使了一路，放下道：请，请，又不趁手。
The Dragon King then asked Captain Bei to lead the eel warrior, and brought out a 9-pronged fork. Wukong jumped down, caught it in his hand, used it all the way, put it down and said, Light! 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 Don't take advantage of me.
再起另赐一件。龙王笑道：上仙，你不看看，这叉有3600斤重力。悟空道：不趁手，不趁手。龙王心中恐惧，又着边提督。
Then he begged for another one, and the Dragon King smiled and said, Exalted Immortal, don't you look at it. This fork weighs 3,600 kilograms. Wukong said, Don't take advantage of it. Don't take advantage of it. The Dragon King was frightened and wanted to challenge the Admiral.
李总兵抬出一柄化杆方天戟，那戟有7200斤重。悟空见了，跑近前接在手中，丢几个架子，撒2个解数，插在中间道：也还轻。
Generally carried out a square halberd with a painted pole. The halberd weighed 7,200 kilograms. When Wukong saw it, he ran forward and took it in his hand, threw a few frames, threw 2 solutions, inserted it in the middle and said, It's still light.
轻轻，老龙王一发怕道：上仙，我宫中只有这根戟重，再没什么兵器了。悟空笑道：古人云， 抽海龙王为宝利。
lightly. The old Dragon King was frightened and said, Shangxian, I only have this halberd in my palace, and there are no other weapons. Wukong smiled and said, the ancient said, the Dragon King of Sorrow has no treasure.
你再去寻寻看，若有可议的，一一奉驾。龙王道：伪的、确实、真的，再无。正说处，后面闪过龙婆，龙女道：大王。
Go look for them again, and if there are any that you like, offer them one by one. The Dragon King said, there is no more trust, really, really. Just as he was speaking, Long Pa and Long Nu flashed behind him and said, Your Majesty.
观看此胜绝非小可。我们这海藏中那一块天河定底的神针铁，这几日霞光艳艳，锐气腾腾，敢莫是该出现，遇此胜也。龙王道
Watching this sacred event is no small feat in our sea treasure. That piece of sacred iron that anchors the bottom of the Tianhe River has been glowing brightly and auspiciously in the past few days. Isn't it supposed to appear and meet this holy person? The Dragon King said.
那是大禹治水之时，定江海浅深的一个定子，是一块神铁，能重何用？龙婆道：莫管他用不用，且送与他，凭他怎么改造。
That was a stator used by Daiyu to control the depth of the river and the sea when he was controlling the floods. It is a piece of magical iron. What use can it be used for? Longpa said, Don't worry about whether he uses it or not. Just give it to him and let him transform it how he wants.
送出宫门，变了老龙王一眼，尽向悟空说了。悟空道：“拿出来我看。”龙王摇手道：“扛不动，抬不动，须上仙亲去看看。”悟空道
Just send him out of the palace. The old Dragon King obeyed his words and told Wukong. Wukong said, Take it out and let me see. The Dragon King waved his hand and said, I can't carry it. I can't lift it. Let me go and have a look. Wukong said.
在何处你引我去？龙王果引导至海藏中间，忽见金光万道。龙王指定道：“那放光的便是。”悟空撩衣上前，摸了一把。
Where can you lead me? Dragon King Guo guided me to the middle of Haizong, and suddenly saw thousands of golden lights. The Dragon King designated, the one that shines is the one. Wukong lifted his clothes and stepped forward and touched it.
乃是一根铁柱子，约有斗来粗，2丈有余长。他尽力两手抓过道，推粗推长些，再短细些方可用。说毕，那宝贝就短了几尺。
It is an iron pillar about a bucket thick and more than 2 feet long. He tried his best to say with both hands, "It's too thick, too long." It can be used if it's shorter and thinner. After saying that, the baby was a few feet shorter.
细了一围，悟空又颠一颠道：“再细些更好。”那宝贝真个又细了几分。悟空十分欢喜，拿出海藏看时，原来两头是2个金箍。
After getting a little thinner, Wukong shook his head and said, "The thinner it is, the better." The baby was really a little thinner. Wukong was very happy. When he took out the sea treasure and looked at it, he found that there were 2 golden hoops at the 2 ends.
中间乃一段乌铁，紧挨箍有镌成的一行字，唤作如意金箍棒，重13500斤。心中暗喜道：想必这宝贝如人意。一边走。
In the middle is a piece of black iron with a line of characters engraved next to the hoop, which is called Rui Golden Cudgel, and weighs 13,500 kilograms. I secretly rejoiced in my heart, this baby must be as expected. As he walked,
一边心似口念，手掂着道：再短细些更妙。拿出外面，只有2丈长短，碗口粗细。你看他弄神通，丢开解数，打转水晶宫里。
While thinking in his mind and clasping his hands, he said, "It would be better to make it shorter and thinner." He took it out and found that it was only 2 feet long, and the mouth of a bowl was as thin as the mouth of a bowl. You see him using magical powers, throwing away solutions, and spinning around in the Crystal Palace.
唬得老龙王胆战心惊，小龙子魂飞魄散，龟鳖圆驼、运彻皆缩紧，鱼虾鳌蟹尽藏头。悟空将宝贝执在手中。
The old Dragon King was so frightened that the little dragon was driven to pieces. All the turtles, and squirrels, Yuan-Tua, shrank their necks, and all the fish, shrimps, crabs hid their heads. Wukong held the treasure in his hand.
坐在水晶宫殿上，对龙王笑道：“多谢贤临厚意。”龙王道：“不敢，不敢。”悟空道：“这块铁虽然好用，还有一说。”龙王道
Sitting on the Crystal Palace, he smiled at the Dragon King and said, "Thank you for your kindness." The Dragon King said, "I don't dare, I don't dare." Wukong said, "Although this piece of iron is easy to use, there is one more thing to say." The Dragon King said,
上仙还有甚说？悟空道：当时若无此铁，倒也罢了。如今手中既拿着它，身上无衣服相衬，奈何？你这里若有披挂，索性送我一件。
What else does the immortal have to say? Wukong said, if we didn't have this iron at that time, that would be fine. But now that we have him in our hands and no clothes on our bodies, what can we do? If you have any robes here, just give me one.
一总奉谢龙王道：这个确实没有。悟空道：一刻不犯二主，若没有，我也定不出此门。龙王道：凡上仙再转一海。
The first president thanked the Dragon King and said, there is no such thing. Wukong said, a guest will never offend two masters. If not, I would not be able to leave this house. The Dragon King said, if I bother the immortal, I will turn around again.
或者有之悟空又道：走三家不如做一家，千万告求一件。龙王道：伪的没有，如有即当奉承。悟空道：真个没有。
Or Wukong said again, it's better to go to 3 houses than to sit in one. Please beg for one thing. The Dragon King said, no, if you do, please flatter me. Wukong said, no, really.
就和你试试。此铁龙王慌了道：上仙，切莫动手，切莫动手。待我看射地处可有，当送一副。悟空道：令弟何在？龙王道：
I'll try this with you. The Iron Dragon King panicked and said, Exalted Immortal, don't do anything. Don't do anything. When I see if my brother has any, I'll give him a pair. Wukong said, Where is your brother? Said the Dragon King.
舍弟乃南海龙王敖钦，北海龙王敖顺，西海龙王敖润是也。悟空道：我老孙不去，不去。俗语谓：奢三不敌见二。
My younger brothers are Ao Chin, the Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, and Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea. Wukong said, My grandson won't go. I won't go. As the saying goes, 3 on credit is no match for 2.
指望你随高就低的送一副变了。老龙道：不须上仙去，我这里有一面铁鼓，一口金钟，凡有紧急事，雷的鼓响，撞的钟鸣。
I just hope that you will give me a favor as soon as you are high. Old Long said, There is no need to go to immortality. I have an iron drum and a golden bell here. Whenever there is an emergency, the drum will ring when the drum is beaten, and the bell will ring when the bell is struck.
舍弟们就顷刻而至悟空道：“既是如此，快些去擂鼓撞钟。”真个那驼将便去撞钟，鳖帅即来擂鼓。少时，钟鼓响处。
The younger brothers came to Wukong in an instant and said, "In that case, hurry up and beat the drum and the bell." The turtle general then went to ring the bell, and the turtle commander came to beat the drum. When I was young, where the bells and drums were ringing.
果然惊动那三海龙王须臾来到，一齐在外面会着。敖钦道：“大哥，有甚紧事，擂鼓撞钟？”老龙道：“贤弟，不好说。”
Sure enough, the 3 sea dragon kings arrived in a moment, and they all met outside. Ao Chin said, "Brother, what's the matter? Beat the drum and ring the bell?" Old Long said, "Brother, it's hard to say."
有一个花果山什么天生圣人，早间来认我做邻居，后来要求一件兵器，显钢叉显小，奉化几贤轻，将一块天河定底神针铁自己拿出手。
A certain born saint from Huagua Mountain came to recognize me as a neighbor in the morning. Later he asked for a weapon. The steel fork he offered was too small, and the painted halberd was too light. Take out a piece of precious iron that sets the bottom of Tianhe, and
丢了些解数，如今坐在宫中，又要索什么披挂？我处无有，故响钟鸣鼓，请贤弟来。你们可有什么披挂？送他一副，打发出门去罢了。
I have lost some skills and now I am sitting in the palace. What else do I want to ask for? I don't have anyone here, so I ring the bells and the drums to invite my virtuous brother to come. Do you have any clothes? Give him one and send him out.
敖钦闻言大怒道：“我兄弟们点起兵，拿他不是。”老龙道：“莫说那块铁，挽着仙儿就死，磕着仙儿就亡，挨挨皮儿破。”
Ao Chin was furious when he heard this and said, "My brothers, raise your troops and take him." Lao Long said, "Don't say take it. If you hold that piece of iron too hard, you will die. If you knock it too hard, you will die. The skin is broken."
擦擦而今商西海龙王敖任说：“二哥不可与他动手，且只凑副披挂与他，打发他出了门，其表奏上上天，天子诛也。”
Ao Run, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, said to Takar that he had a tendon injury. "Second brother, please don't do anything with him. I only gave him a pair of robes and sent him out of the house." He then set his watch and played to heaven. Heaven will punish itself.
北海龙王敖顺道说的是：“我这里有一双藕丝布云履里。”西海龙王敖润道：“我带了一副锁子黄金甲笠。”南海龙王敖钦道
Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, said, "That's right. I have a pair of lotus silk walking shoes here." Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea, said, "I brought a pair of golden armor with a chain." Ao Chin, the Dragon King of the South Sea, said,
我有一顶凤翅，紫金冠里老龙大喜，引入水晶宫相见了，以此奉上。悟空将金冠、金甲、云履那穿戴停当，使动如意棒，一路打出去。
I have a purple gold crown with phoenix wings. The old dragon was overjoyed and introduced it to the Crystal Palace to present it to me. Wukong put on the gold crown, golden armor, and cloud shoes, and used the Rui stick to beat them all the way out.
对众龙道聒噪、吵闹、打搅。聒噪，四海龙王甚是不平，一边商议进表上奏不提。你看这猴王分开水道，径回铁板桥头。
He said to all the dragons, "Noisy, noisy, disturbing. Noisy." The dragon kings of the four seas were very unjust, and they discussed whether to go to the table or not. Look at this monkey king, parting from the water channel and heading back to the iron plate bridge.
窜江上去，只见四个老猴领着众猴都在桥边等候。忽然见悟空跳出波外，身上更无一点水湿，金灿灿的走上桥来。
When he went up, he saw 4 old monkeys, leading all the monkeys, waiting by the bridge. Suddenly, I saw Wukong jumping out of the wave, without any moisture on his body, and walking onto the bridge, golden.
唬得众猴一齐跪下道：“大王，好华彩也，好华彩也！”悟空满面春风，高登宝座，将铁棒竖在当中。那些猴不知好歹，都来拿那宝贝。
This frightened all the monkeys to kneel down and said, "Your Majesty, what a brilliant sight! What a brilliant sight!" Wukong, with a happy face, ascended the throne and stood the iron rod in the middle. Those monkeys didn't know what to do, so they all came to get the treasure.
却便似蜻蜓撼铁树，分毫也不能进动。一个个摇指伸舌道：“爷爷呀，这般重，亏你怎地拿来也？”悟空近前，舒开手，一把握起。
But it's like a dragonfly shaking an iron tree, but not being able to stop it from moving. One by one, they bit their fingers and stuck out their tongues and said, "Grandpa, it's so heavy, you can't even bring it." Wukong came closer, stretched out his hands and picked it up.
对众笑道：“物个有主，这宝贝镇于海藏中，也不知几千百年，可可的，刚好，恰好，金穗放光。龙王只认作是块黑铁。”
He smiled at everyone and said, "Everything has its own owner. This treasure has been hidden in the sea for thousands of years, but Cuckoo's, just coincidentally, shines brightly this year." The Dragon King only recognized it as a piece of black iron.
又唤作天河镇底神针纳斯，每都扛抬不动，请我亲去拿之。那时此宝有2丈多长，斗来粗细，被我抓他一把，意思嫌大，他就小了许多。
He also called the man who was the treasurer of Tianhe town, but he couldn't carry it, so he asked me to go and get it myself. At that time, this treasure was more than 2 feet long, and it was measured in thickness. When I grabbed it, it seemed too big, so it became much smaller.
再娇小些，它又小了许多；再娇小些，它又小了许多。即对天光看处，上有一行字，乃如意金箍棒，13500斤。你都站开。
Teach him a little younger, and he will become much smaller. Teach him a little younger, and he will become much smaller again. Looking towards the sky, there is a line of words on it, which is Rui Golden Cudgel, 13,500 caddies. You all stand aside.
等我再叫他，便一变着他，将那宝贝掂在手中，叫小小小，即时就小做一个绣花针儿相似，可以塞在耳朵里面藏下。众猴骇然。
When I asked him to change again, he held the baby in his hands and shouted, "Little, little, little." Then he made an embroidery needle, which he could hold in his ear and hide. All the monkeys were shocked.
叫道：“大王，还拿出来耍耍！”猴王真个去耳朵里拿出，托放掌上叫：“大，大，大！”即又大作斗来粗细，2丈长短。
He shouted, "Your Majesty! Take it out and play with it." The Monkey King actually took it out from his ears, put it on his palm and shouted, "Big! Big! Big!" Then the Monkey King made a bucket of it, as thick and thin as 2 feet long.
他弄到欢喜处，跳上桥，走出洞外，将宝贝攥在手中，做一个法天象地的神通，把腰一弓，叫声长，他就长得高万丈，头如泰山。
He got to the happy place and jumped onto the bridge, walked out of the cave, held the treasure in his hands, made a magic power to control the sky and the earth, bowed his waist, and shouted, "Grow." He grew to be 10,000 feet tall, with a head as tall as Mount Tai.
腰如峻岭，眼如闪电，口似血盆，牙如剑戟，手中那棒上抵33天，下至18层地狱，把些虎豹狼虫，满山群怪，72洞妖王。
His waist is as high as a mountain, his eyes are like lightning, his mouth is like a basin of blood, and his teeth are like swords and halberds. The stick in his hand reaches up to the 33 heavens and down to the 18th level of hell. It holds tigers, leopards, wolves, and monsters all over the mountain. The Demon King of Erdong.
兜虎的磕头礼拜，战兢兢，破散魂飞。霎时收了法相，将宝贝还变做个绣花针儿，藏在耳内，复归洞府。慌的那个洞妖王都来参贺。
They were all so frightened that they kowtowed and worshipped with fear and fear. He immediately put away the Dharma image, turned the treasure into an embroidery needle, hid it in his ear, and returned to the cave. The demon kings from all the caves were so panicked that they all came to congratulate him.
此时遂大开旗鼓，响震铜锣。广设珍馐百味，满真耶业陶匠，与众饮宴多时。却又依前交演，猴王将那4个老猴封为剑将。
At this time, flags, drums, and gongs were sounded. Exquisite delicacies were widely prepared, and plenty of coconut liquid and grape juice were poured out, and people drank and feasted for a long time. But he followed the previous teachings. The Monkey King named the 4 old monkeys as strong generals.
将2个赤尻马猴唤作马刘2元帅，2个铜背猿猴唤作崩八2将军，将那安营下寨，赏罚诸事都付与4剑将为耻。他放下心。
The 2 red-skinned horse monkeys are called the second marshals of Maliu. The 2 apes with straight backs are called the second generals of Bang and Ba. Entrust the 4 key generals to maintain the camp and all the rewards and punishments. He was relieved.
日逐腾云驾雾，遨游四海，行乐千山。施武艺，遍访英豪，弄神通，广交贤友。此时又会了个7弟兄，乃牛魔王、蛟魔王、鹏魔王。
The sun flies through the clouds, rides on the mist, travels around the world, and enjoys thousands of mountains. Use martial arts to visit heroes. Use magical powers to make many wise friends. At this time, we met 7 more brothers, the Bull Demon King, the Jiao Demon King, the Peng Demon King, and the Peng Demon King.
狮驼王、猕猴王、反于戎王，连自家美猴王7个。日主讲文论武，走甲、甲盛酒的容器，传觞，弦歌吹舞，招去牧回。
The Lion Camel King, the Macaque King, the Marmoset King, and 7 of his own monkey kings. Day after day, lectures on literature and martial arts were given, wine cups were passed around, strings were played, music was played and dances were played, and the morning and evening were gone.
无班不乐把那个万里之遥，只当廷尉之路。所谓点头尽过3000里，扭腰800有余程。一日，在本洞吩咐4健将安排筵宴。
Wu Banner is not happy to treat that thousands of miles away as the road to the court. It is said that he has passed 3,000 miles with a nod of his head, and there is still more than 800 miles to twist. One day, I ordered the 4 generals to arrange a banquet in this cave.
"请6王父饮杀牛宰马，祭天享地，着众怪跳舞欢歌，俱吃的酩酊大醉，形容醉的厉害。酩酊，送6王出去。
The 6 kings were invited to drink and kill cattle and horses, sacrifice to heaven and earth, and dance and sing with all the monsters. They all ate and got very drunk. Send the 6 kings out. "
却又赏劳大小头目在铁板桥边松阴之下，霎时间睡着。4健将领众维护，不敢高声。只见那美猴王睡里见2人拿一张批文。
But he rewarded the big and small bosses for their work and fell asleep in an instant under the shade of pines beside the iron plate bridge. The 4 strong generals surrounded him and did not dare to speak loudly. I saw the Monkey King sleeping and saw 2 people holding an approval document.
"上有孙悟空3字，走近身，不容分说。套上绳，就把美猴王的魂铃儿锁了去，踉踉跄跄，直带到一座城边。猴王见觉酒醒。
There are 3 words, Sun Wukong, on it. He walked closer and refused to say anything. He put on a rope and took away the Monkey King's soul. He staggered and took him to the edge of a city. The Monkey King gradually woke up from the drunkenness.
"胡抬头观看，那城上有一铁牌，牌上有3个大字，乃幽冥界。美猴王顿然醒悟道：幽冥界乃阎王所居，何谓到此？那2人道。
Suddenly he looked up and saw an iron sign on the city. There were 3 big characters on the sign, which was Netherworld Realm. The Monkey King suddenly woke up and said, "The Netherworld is where the King of Hell lives. Why are you here?" The 2 people said,
你金阳寿该中我2人领批，勾你来也。侯王听说，道：我老孙超出3界外，不在5行中，已不服他管辖，怎么朦胧？
You should be the end of your life today, and I will be the one to receive the approval. I want you to come here. The Monkey King heard about it and said, My old grandson is beyond the 3 realms and is not in the 5 elements. I am no longer under his jurisdiction. How can I be hazy?
“这里是糊涂的意思，又敢来勾我。”那2个勾死人只管扯扯拉拉，定要拖他进去。那猴王恼起性来，耳朵中撤出宝贝，晃一晃。
Are you being confused here and dare to seduce me? The 2 hookers just pulled and pulled, trying to drag him in. The Monkey King became angry and pulled out the treasure from his ears.
晚来粗细略举手，把2个勾死人打为肉酱，自解其锁，丢开手，抡着棒打入城中。唬得那牛头鬼东躲西藏，马面鬼南奔北跑。
The bowl was thicker, and he raised his hand slightly to beat the 2 dead men into meat paste. He untied himself, threw away his hand, turned his stick, and drove into the city. The bull-headed ghost was so frightened that he hid here and there, and the horse-faced ghost ran north and south.
众鬼卒奔上森罗殿，报着：“大王，或是，或是。”外面一个毛脸雷公打将来了。慌的那世代冥王急整衣来看，见他相貌凶恶。
All the ghost soldiers rushed to the Sanluo Hall and reported, Your Majesty. Trouble. Trouble. There is a hairy-faced thunder god outside, and he is coming. The 10th generation of Hades were so panicked that they hurriedly adjusted their clothes and came to see him, and saw that he looked ferocious.
棋牌下，班次应声高叫道：“上仙留名！上仙留名！”猴王道：“你既认不得我，怎么差人来勾我？”狮王道：“不敢，不敢。”
Immediately after finishing the work, he shouted loudly, Leave your name to the immortal. Leave your name to the immortal. The Monkey King said, Since you don't recognize me, why would you send someone to seduce me? The 10 kings said, Don't dare. Don't dare.
想是差人差了猴王道：“我本是花果山水帘洞天生圣人孙悟空，你等是什么官位？”狮王躬身道：“我等是阴间天子10代冥王。”
The Monkey King thought he was sent by someone and said, I am Sun Wukong, the born saint of Water Curtain Cave in Huagua Mountain. What official position do you have? The 10 kings bowed and said, I am the 10th king of Hades, the son of heaven.
悟空道：“快报名来，免打。”狮王道：“我等是秦广王、出江王、宋帝王、武关王、阎罗王、平等王、泰山王、都市王、变成王。”
Wukong said, "Sign up quickly to avoid fighting." The 10 kings said, "We are King Guang of Qin, King Chujiang, King Song, King Wuguan, King Yama, King Pingping, King Taishan, King City, King Biancheng."
转轮王悟空道：“汝等既登王位，乃灵显感应之类，为何不知好歹？我老孙修仙了道，与天齐寿，超生3界之外，跳出5行之中。”
Will-turning King Wukong said, "Since you have ascended to the throne, you have spiritual manifestations and the like. Why don't you know what is good or bad? My old grandson has cultivated the Tao of immortality and lived as long as the heavens. He has ascended beyond the 3 realms and jumped out of the 5 elements.
为何这人居我十王道，上仙息怒？普天下同名同姓者多，敢是那勾死人错走了也？”悟空道：“胡说，胡说！常言道，官差吏差。”
Why are you arresting me? The 10 kings said, "Sir, please calm down. There are many people with the same name and surname in the world. How dare you be the one who hooked me to death and left by mistake?" Wukong said, "Nonsense. Nonsense. As the saying goes, officials make mistakes, officials make mistakes."
来人不差，你快取生死簿子来，我看。狮王闻言，即请上殿查看。悟空执着如意棒，径登森罗殿上，正中间南面坐上。
There's no shortage of people here. Quickly bring me the book of life and death and let me see it. When the 10 kings heard the words, they immediately asked to go to the hall to check. Wukong held on to the wishful stick and walked up to San Luo Hall and sat down in the middle of the hall facing south.
狮王即命掌案的判官取出文部来查，那判官不敢怠慢，便到司房里捧出5、6部文书，并10类簿子，逐一查看。罗虫、毛虫、羽虫、昆虫。
The 10 kings immediately ordered the judge in charge of the case to take out the documents and check them. The judge did not dare to neglect, so he went to the secretary's room, took out 5 or 6 books of documents and 10 types of books, and looked at them one by one. Naked worms, caterpillars, feather worms, insects.
临界之属，俱无他名。又看到猴鼠之类，原来这猴似人相，不入人名；似裸虫，不居国界；似走兽，不服麒麟管；似飞禽，不受凤凰辖。
There is no other name for the genus of scales. I also saw the monkey genus, and it turned out that this monkey looks like a human, but does not belong to a human name. It looks like a naked insect, and does not live in a country. It looks like an animal, and is not governed by a unicorn. It looks like a bird, and is not governed by a phoenix.
另有个簿子，悟空亲自检阅，直到那魂字1350号上，方注着孙悟空名字，乃天产石猴，该寿342岁，善终。悟空道
There is another book that Wukong personally reviewed, and it was only on the soul number 1350 that Sun Wukong's name was written. He was a natural stone monkey. He should have lived to be 342 years old and died well. Wukong said,
我也不计寿数几何，且只消了名字便罢。取笔过来。那判官慌忙捧笔，饱填浓墨。悟空拿过簿子，把猴数之类，但有名者。
I don't remember how long my lifespan is. I just need to remember my name. Bring me a pen. The judge hurriedly held up the pen and filled it with thick ink. Wukong took the book and listed monkeys and other famous ones.
一概钩之左下，步子道：“了账，了账，今番不服你管了。”一路棒打出幽冥界。那十王不敢相近，都去翠云宫同拜地藏王菩萨。
He put down the book and said, "The account is settled. The account is settled. You are not in charge of it now." All the way, he beat out the netherworld. The 10 kings did not dare to get close to each other, so they all went to Tsuayin Palace to worship Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva together.
商量其表奏闻上天，不在话下。这猴王打出城中，忽然伴着一个草和达，同疙瘩，草和达及草节，跌了个龙种龙。
It's no big deal to discuss the issue and report to heaven. When the Monkey King was leaving the city, he suddenly stumbled over a grass knot and fell down.
种猛地醒来，乃是南柯一梦，比喻梦幻境界的事。柯，才觉身妖，只闻得四剑将与众猴高叫道：“大王！”
Waking up suddenly is Nankyameng, a metaphor for things in the dream state. Ka. Then I stretched my waist and heard the 4 strong generals and the monkeys shouting, "Your Majesty!"
吃了多少酒睡这一夜还不醒来？悟空道：“睡还小可，我梦见2个人来此勾我，把我带到幽冥界城门之外，却才醒悟。”
How much wine did you drink to sleep all night and you still don't wake up? Wukong said, "I'm still sleeping." I dreamed that two people came here to seduce me and took me outside the gate of the netherworld. Only then did I wake up.
是我显神通直嚷到森罗殿，与那十王争吵，将我们的生死不看了。但有我等名号，俱是我勾了，都不服那厮所辖也。众侯磕头礼谢。
It was me who showed off my magical powers and went straight to the Sunluo Palace, quarreled with the 10 kings, and looked at our books of life and death. However, even if there were names like mine, it was me who checked them all, and none of them were under the jurisdiction of that servant. All the monkeys kowtowed in thanks.
自此，山侯都有不老者，以因私无名故也。美猴王言毕前世，四健将报之各洞妖王都来贺喜。不几日，6个义兄弟又来拜贺。
Since then, all mountain monkeys have become immortal, because the Yin division has no name. After the Monkey King has finished speaking, the 4 strong men will report to the demon kings in each cave, and they will all come to congratulate him. A few days later, 6 sworn brothers came to congratulate him again.
一闻萧明之故，又个个欢喜，每日聚乐不提。却表起那个高天上圣大慈仁者，玉皇大天尊玄穹高上帝，一日驾作金阙云宫凌霄宝殿。
As soon as they heard that the name was sold out, everyone was happy, and they gathered together to have fun every day without mentioning it. But it is a symbol of the high heaven, the great saint, the great benevolent Jade Emperor, the great god of the sky, the high god of the sky. One day, he was sitting in the Lingshao Palace of the Golden Tower and Cloud Palace.
聚集文武仙经早朝之际，忽有邱弘济真人起奏道：“万岁！通明殿外有东海龙王敖广进表，听天尊宣召。”玉皇传旨，这宣来。
When the civil and military immortals gathered for the morning meeting, suddenly the real person Xiu Hongji began to say, "Long live!" Outside the Tongming Hall, El Guang, the Dragon King of the East China Sea, came to the table to listen to the imperial edict. The Jade Emperor announced the edict. The announcement is coming.
敖广宣至凌霄殿下礼拜毕，旁有引奏仙童，接上表文。玉皇从头看过，表曰
Ao Guangshuan went to His Highness Lingshao to worship. There is an introduction to Xiantong next to it, followed by the text. The Jade Emperor has seen it from the beginning. The table says,
水源下界东胜神州东海小龙臣敖广启奏大天圣主玄穹高上帝君，尽因花果山生，水帘洞住妖仙孙悟空者，欺虐小龙， 强作水宅所兵器。
In the lower realm of Water Yuan, Dongxing Shenzhou, East China Sea, Shaolongchen Ao Guangqi plays the Holy Lord of the Great Heaven, Xian Qiong, and the High God King. He was born in Huagua Mountain, and the water curtain hole dwelt in the demon fairy Sun Wukong. He bullied the little dragon, forced him to sit in the water house, and asked for weapons.
施法施威要披挂，逞凶逞势，经商水族，虎走龟驼。南海龙战战兢兢，西海龙凄凄惨惨，北海龙缩手归降。陈敖广书身下拜。
To cast magic and power, you need to be clothed, and you must be fierce and powerful. Scared the aquatic tribe and scared away the turtles. The dragon in the South Sea is trembling. The dragon in the West Sea is miserable. The dragon in the North Sea shrinks and surrenders. The minister Ao Guangxu bowed down.
"现神针之铁棒，凤翅之金冠，与那所子甲，不云履，以礼送出。他仍弄武艺，显神通，但云聒噪。聒噪，果然无敌，甚为难治。"
Present the precious iron rod, the golden crown with phoenix wings, the chainmail armor, and the walking shoes as a gift. He still practiced martial arts and showed his magical powers, but he was making a lot of noise. Noisy. It is indeed invincible and very difficult to control.
"陈金起奏福旺盛财，恳启天兵，收此妖孽，数使海月清明。下元，道教称水中为下元，这里指水府、安泰。奉奏，圣帝览毕，传旨。"
I now begin to report to Fuwang Shenkai. I beg the heavenly soldiers to collect this evildoer, and envoy Haiyue Qingming, Shiyuan. Taoism calls water Shiyuan. This refers to Shuifu, Antai, Fengzhu. After the Holy Emperor finished reading, he issued an edict.
"着龙神回海镇极遣将擒拿，老龙王顿首谢去。下面又有葛仙翁天师起奏道：万岁。
As soon as the dragon god returns to the sea, I will send generals to capture him. The old dragon king nodded and thanked him. Below, the heavenly master Gu Xinwen began to play Long Live.
"有名司秦广王姬凤，幽冥教主地藏王菩萨表文镜上旁有传言玉女，借上表文，玉皇亦从头看过。表曰：幽冥境界，乃地之阴司。"
King Qin-guang, the underworld master, presented a petition to Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha, the leader of the netherworld. There was a rumored jade girl next to him. After receiving the petition, the Jade Emperor also read it from the beginning. The expression says, "The realm of the netherworld is the underworld of the earth."
天有神而地有鬼，阴阳转轮，禽有生而兽有死，反复雌雄。生生化化，孕女成男，此自然之术，不能易也。
There are gods in the sky and ghosts on the earth, and the yin and yang will rotates. Birds are alive and beasts are dead, and they are male and female again and again. The process of birth and transformation, the pregnancy of a girl into a boy, is a natural process that cannot be changed easily.
今有花果山水帘洞天产妖猴孙悟空，逞强行凶，不服拘幻，弄神通，打绝九幽鬼使，是势力经商时代雌王，大闹罗森，强销名号。
Today, there is a demon monkey named Sun Wukong from the Liandong cave in the Huagua mountain who is trying to do something violent and refuses to obey his orders. Using magical powers, he defeated the ghosts of the 9 netherworlds. Relying on his power, he frightened and injured the 10 generations of loving kings. Make a fuss about Lawson and sell off his name.
致使猴鼠之类无居猕猴之处多寿，寂灭轮回，各无生死。贫僧具表，冒毒，毒天威。扶起调遣神兵，收降此妖，整理阴阳。
As a result, animals of the genus monkey and other unfettered macaques will have a long life. They will end the cycle of reincarnation, and no one will have birth or death. A poor monk shows off his appearance and defies the power of God. Fu Qi dispatched his divine soldiers to subdue this demon and regulate the yin and yang.
永安地府谨奏：玉皇揽璧传旨，这明君回归地府，朕即遣将擒拿。秦广王亦顿首谢去。大天尊宣众文武仙卿，问曰：
Yong in Hell would like to report. After the Jade Emperor finished reading, he issued a decree: as Lord Ming returns to the underworld, I will send generals to capture him. King Guang of Qin also bowed his head and thanked him. The great heavenly Lord announced to all the civil and military immortals and asked,
这妖猴是几年生育何待出生，却就这般有道。一言未已，班中闪出千里眼，顺风而到。这猴乃300年前天产狮猴。
How many years did this monster monkey have a child, and what generation was it born? Yet he is so wise. Before he could say anything, the class members flashed their clairvoyance and listened to the wind and said, "This monkey was born as a stone monkey 300 years ago."
当时不以为然， 不知这几年在何方修炼成仙，降龙伏虎，强消死疾也。玉帝道：那陆神将下界收服，言未已。
At that time, I didn't think so, and I didn't know where I had cultivated to become an immortal in the past few years. The Jade Emperor said, which god will subdue the lower world? Have not finished speaking.
班中闪出太白长庚星，俯首起奏道：上圣三界中，凡有九窍者，皆可修仙。乃此猴乃天地育成之体，日月运就之身，他也顶天履地。
The Tai-Bai Chang'ing star flashed out in the class and bowed his head and said, in the three realms of the sage, anyone with 9 orifices can cultivate immortality. However, this monkey is a body nurtured by heaven and earth, conceived by the sun and the moon, and he also supports the sky and the earth.
福禄参侠今既修成仙道，有降龙伏虎之能，与人何以异哉？臣启陛下，可念生化之慈恩，降一道招安圣旨，把他宣来上界。
Fu Lu Jianxia has now cultivated the immortal way and has the ability to subdue dragons and tigers. How is he any different from other people? Your Majesty, please remember the kindness of biochemistry and issue an imperial edict to welcome him to the next session.
授他一个大小官职，与他即名在禄，拘束此间。若守天命，后再升赏；若违天命，就此擒拿。一则不动众劳师，二则收仙有道也。
Give him an official position, big or small, and put his name in the jar. He will be restrained here. If he accepts the decree of heaven, he will be rewarded later. If he violates the decree of heaven, he will be captured. On the one hand, there is no need to work hard, and on the other hand, there is a way to collect immortals.
玉帝闻言甚喜道：“依卿所奏。”急着文曲星官修诏，折太白金星招安。金星领了旨，出南天门外，按下祥云，直至花果山水帘洞。
When the Jade Emperor heard the words, he was very happy and said, "As you said." He wrote Wen Qingwen to compile the imperial edict, and wrote Taibai Jingxing to recruit people. After receiving the order, Jin Xing went out of the Nantian Gate, pressed the auspicious clouds, and went to the water curtain cave in Huagua Mountain.
对众小猴道：“我乃天差天使，有圣旨在此，请你大王上界，快快报之。”洞外小猴一层层传至洞天深处，道：“大王。”
He said to all the little monkeys, "I am an angel sent from heaven. I have a holy purpose here. Please tell me as soon as possible." The little monkeys outside the cave spread the word to the depths of the cave one by one, saying, "Your Majesty,
外面有一老人背着一角文书，言是上天差来的天使，有圣旨请你也。美猴王听得大喜，道：我这2日正思量要上天走走。
There is an old man outside carrying a dime of paperwork, saying that he is an angel sent from heaven and has a decree for you. The Monkey King was overjoyed when he heard this and said, I have been thinking about going to heaven for the past 2 days.
却就有天使来请教，快请进来。猴王急整衣冠，门外迎接。金星进入当中，面南立定道：我是西方太白金星，奉玉帝招安圣旨。
But an angel came and called out, Come in quickly. The Monkey King hurriedly adjusted his clothes and greeted him outside the door. Jin Xing walked into it, faced south and stood still, saying, I am Taibai Jin Xing of the West, and I have been ordered by the Jade Emperor to recruit people to peace.
下界请你上天拜受仙路。悟空笑道：多感老星降临，叫小的们安排筵宴款待。金星道：圣旨在身，不敢久留。
The lower realm invites you to go to heaven to worship and accept the immortal record. Wukong smiled and said, I feel the arrival of the old star. Teacher, little ones, arrange a feast. Jin Xing said, The Holy Spirit is here, and I dare not stay for a long time.
就请大王同往戴荣谦之后，再从容续也。悟空道：承光顾，空退。空退。即唤4健将，吩咐谨慎教演儿孙。
Please invite the king to go with you and wait for the honorable move, and then talk about it calmly. Wukong said, Chengguangwen, retreat in vain. Empty retreat. Then he called the 4 capable generals and paid them to each other. Teach your children and grandchildren carefully.
待我上天去看看路，却好带你们上去同居住也。4健将领诺。这猴王与金星纵起云头，升在空霄之上，正是那高谦上品天仙位。
When I go to heaven to see the way, I can take you up there to live together. For health, General Noah. The Monkey King and Venus rise up from the clouds and rise into the sky. It is exactly that, the high-ranking heavenly immortal position.
名列云班宝录中，毕竟不知受个什么官爵，且听下回分解。
After all, I don't know what title he was awarded in the Yunban Bao Lu. I'll explain it next time.